Good morning. It's 5 o'clock. I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. We've got a forecast today that calls for a mix of clouds and sun, and it will be lower humidity today. Essentially, a very nice day. Our high will be 85 degrees. A child has been shot. It happened overnight in North Nashville, and Channel 4's Marius Payton tells us this happened during a fight at an apartment complex in the Parkwood Estates area.
They say a bullet went through a window, grazing that child in the leg. Those injuries are considered minor, and there are no suspects at this time. Metro Police are reviewing multiple cameras to figure out who is responsible.
The child was treated at a local hospital, has since been released. A Secret Service agent assigned to Vice President J.D. Vance's security detail has reportedly been sidelined for allegedly leaking information about his travels to MS Now. The news outlet was doing a story about agents on the vice president's security detail being dismayed by his personal travel schedule. Now, the White House calls his actions a security threat. The agent is on administrative leave and facing an internal review. That agent still could face criminal charges. Meantime, at a rare on-the-record briefing for reporters in Washington, the head of the U.S. Secret Service said that the threats against its protectees are, in his words, off the charts.
The Secret Service says it's handled 10,000 cases involving threats against protectees this year. That's up 40% from last year. Director Sean Curran.
The threat, picture and environment is as large as I've ever seen it.
Officials say many of the cases involve Americans with mental health issues and that committals at the agency's request are up tenfold. But Deputy Secret Service Director Matt Quinn says the threats are also overseas.
Iran has publicly said they want to kill President Trump.
Stephen Portnoy, ABC News, Washington.
Market numbers now brought to you by Beacon Capital Management, online at beaconcm.com.
Stocks remain relatively level as investors continue to closely monitor global oil prices amidst the rising tensions in the Middle East. Brent crude oil briefly traded at $95 a barrel at the midday, its highest price in nearly a month. The Dow Jones closed down 0.1%. The S&P 500 reporting a 0.11% loss, and the Nasdaq down 0.57%. Investors will also be on alert for a number of earnings reports after the close, including Tesla and Alphabet, where experts will likely be examining AI spending, cloud demand, and the projected outlooks for the rest of the year. Fast food chicken chain Chick-fil-A says a recent cyber attack may have briefly compromised the personal information of loyalty account members last month, including the names, email addresses, phone numbers, and the last four digits of some credit cards. The company says they took immediate action, including forced logouts of affected accounts and removing stored payment methods. Michelle Franzen, ABC News.
And stock futures pointing down this morning. We've got Dow futures minus 217, NASDAQ futures losing 118, S&P futures minus 29. That's the latest news. Traffic is next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News. There's a crash in Mount Juliet this morning. It's on 40 westbound before Mount Juliet Road, exit 226, and it has traffic backed up a bit this morning. Fairview, it's a crash on I-840 eastbound side past Fairview Centerville. That crash takes out the left lane. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
.506 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Good morning to you and welcome on in to a Thursday, July 23rd. Hope you're doing well and lots going on this morning. It's funny, Joan. I heard the Red Eye guys talking about this polling from Fox News.
Yeah.
Can you smell that?
What am I smelling?
That smells like bullshit.
No.
I don't believe the polling. We're going to get into this. But one of the things that we named the video cast every single morning. One of the things that I said is it is a great day to be skeptical of polling. And so Fox News had this entire polling about how the Democrats are beating Republicans in things like immigration and the economy and just all these very important issues of the day. And I'm just going to be honest with you. I kind of understand on the economy, but immigration, please. I'm not buying it. So anyway, we're going to go through some of those numbers, and Sam is printing out the polling for me as we speak, and we'll go over it.
Oh, and it's so important. It actually made the background of today's thumbnail, so you should go to YouTube, Facebook, X, all that. You should check out the thumbnail because it's got the thinker being skeptical of polling.
Oh, look at that. Okay, very good. Well, thank you, Sam, for that. We do have the latest on Iran. Also, I heard you, Joe, talking about the J.D. Vance, where you've got now moles apparently inside the Secret Service.
Yes.
That are basically leaking the personal plans of J.D. Vance to MS Now. So I'm going to do a deep dive into that here in a little bit. But, when I heard that, the first thing that I thought of is, okay, you know what? The Secret Service guy who leaked the information to MS Now, okay, which very leftist organization, obviously, he has not been fired. How is that possible? He has not been fired. He's been, you said sidelined, and I read the same Daily Mail article.
Yeah, sidelined. So he's been put on administrative leave. And they're not saying whether that's paid administrative leave or unpaid.
I think his punishment needs to be reassigned to skinny dipping Joe Biden.
Or to Hillary Clinton. That would be really interesting.
Who would be, hey, you want to do a Daily Dan poll
who
this early in the morning?
Who would be the worst person to have to guard?
Who is the worst person to guard? Would it be Hillary Clinton or Joe Biden? Hunter Biden sounds like he maybe be a lot of fun, if you know what I mean.
I thought they stripped his... Did they strip his...
Joe Biden?
No, Hunter.
Oh, I don't know. I have no idea about that. But that's part of what I'm going to talk about coming up is that they are talking about how this is a complete waste of resources. Do you know how much money we spent guarding Hunter Biden?
Oh, my goodness.
Like I think $11 to $13 million.
And were Secret Service agents bothered by what they had to deal with when they were protecting him?
Well, we could also talk about, we could also talk about Bill Clinton. Remember Bill Clinton with the Energizer Bunny?
Yes.
And the Secret Service was like, the president's cheating on Hillary. And we're having to sit here and sort of facilitate these hookups?
Yeah.
I mean...
Should I put Bill? We got 4 options.
Okay.
So I put Bill and Hillary separately?
Okay. Yeah, Bill,
and Kamala.
Hillary... I don't think Kamala would be terrible. Do you think Kamala would be terrible, Joan?
You might have to plug your ears not to listen to the cackle.
Yeah. That cackle would be like, Chinese water torture.
Yes.
It's like, please, nobody tell a joke in front of Kamala Harris. So, all right. So the four choices are Bill, Hillary, Joe Biden, and who's the fourth?
I'm putting Kamala on this one.
You're going to put Kamala? Okay, fine. That's fine. All right, very good. So got all kinds of stuff going on. All right. Watch us on YouTube, Facebook, 997WTN.com. Rumble, I guess we're still there as well. Listen to us anywhere, and you can also watch and listen to us after the radio broadcast via YouTube, and also our podcasts are everywhere. What is the latest on Iran? We have threats of more attacks from President Trump. Do you know what? I had audio, and I decided not to play it. The president had a speech last night. President Trump, you know I'm a supporter, but the president had a speech last night, and once again, he utilized the soundbite. He said that Iran wants to make a deal. They want to make a deal so badly. I am so fatigued with the president talking about the situation with Iran. You know, the same talking points about how their military is decimated and all the stuff. I'm fatigued by it. I want him to stop talking, and I want him to get the damn thing done. That's what I want. And so, I'm probably going to get hate mail from what I just said, but I'm just telling you, it is fatiguing, and I just don't want to hear it anymore. I just want to hear fewer words, and I want to see more action that is actually solving the problem of Iran. Now, we may be doing that. The U.S. is now moving assets and resources, more assets and resources to the Middle East to give President Trump broad military options. This is big news this morning as Iran continues to resist coming to the table for negotiations. We've been bombing their drone facilities. We've been bombing their infrastructure as well. Our own Senator Bill Haggerty telling the Ruthless podcast that Joe Biden's attempt, speaking of Joe Biden's attempt in the last administration to placate Iran by allowing them access to more money and freedoms, undoing the sanctions placed on them by Donald Trump's first administration, really did a lot of harm to the American people and to America and the world as a whole, because allowing them to ignore those sanctions gave the Iranians a lot more power and a lot more money and a lot more freedom. Senator Bill Haggerty.
And what we found, of course, the Israelis demonstrated this. The Iranians never stopped their program. They've always been in pursuit of a nuclear weapon, and all we wound up doing, again in 2020 hindsight, was giving the funds to instigate more terrorism and put them back on the path with a little bit of a timeline to have a nuclear weapon. You come forward and you think about what drove the decision for President Trump at the time that he made the decision. It was mathematics. The Iranians figured out if they could continue to build more cheap ballistics, more cheap drones, at some point they could overwhelm conventional capabilities to take them out. And you know what our capability is, exquisite. But when, a ballistic missile comes in, we've got, extraordinary technology that can take it out.
Yeah, that's the THAAD missiles?
In the Patriot systems. We've got several systems that will do it, but they're quite expensive, and the timeline to reproduce them. You look at the pace that they're producing these cheap ballistics. And at some point, you realize if they overwhelm our ability to stop them, then they have all the time they ever needed to build the nuclear program.
Yep, that's Senator Bill, and he's right. I mean, this is a situation where, and we've all talked about this, but you've got Iran, and they've got all of this drone capability, and it costs us a lot of money to try to take out those drones, and so. Sure, we can knock down their missiles. Their drones, though, they're relatively speaking very cheap to manufacture and cheap to purchase drones. We're having a hard time knocking down all of that technology, and that is part of what the senator has been talking about. And that is why Donald Trump and the military moving all of those assets into the Middle East, into the region, because we do have to stop this. We do have to get more aggressive so that we can either get them back on the table or, quite frankly, get them back at the table or, quite frankly, just disable them and handicap them to the point where they are no longer a threat. So we do now apparently have some additional forces in the region. We're going to talk about that and a whole lot more straight ahead. It is 5:15. Time to check the roads on WTN.
We've got a crash in Mount Juliet. It's on 40 westbound before Mount Juliet Road, and another one in Fairview, 840 eastbound past Fairview Centerville, the left lane block. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
As far as your forecast goes, a mix of sun and clouds, less humid, and a high of 85. Appreciate you listening to Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. By the way, the Super Text line is open, 615-737-9986. So what additional forces do we have in the Middle East? We've got more jet fighters. We've got more bomber aircraft that bases in the U.S. and the U.K., of course, as well. They are at the ready. Apparently now Iran has been flying members of their Islamic Revolutionary Guard into Yemen. So this is also a big part of the news cycle this morning, which means that not only are they planning more terrorism, but there's another body of water out there where Saudi Arabia actually uses this body of water. It's another strait, and the Saudi Arabian folks, they use this strait to ship their oil out. Well, apparently now the Iranians, they're working with the Houthi rebels to do everything they can to shut down that body of water so that now the Saudi Arabians won't be able to export their oil either. So not only are they impacting and restricting the Strait of Hormuz, but now they're going after the Saudi Arabians as well, trying to shut them down. So yes, global shipping will be impacted. This is Iran upping their game. People are saying this is a massive escalation. You just heard Senator Haggerty talk about how Iran can overwhelm our systems with all the drones that they have. Well, that's why the Strait of Hormuz is still so restricted. They can do the same thing to this strait as well that Saudi Arabia uses. This is really going to impact oil coming out of Saudi Arabia. This is really going to impact the global oil market as well. This is Steve Kerrigan from Fox News.
The Houthis have targeted and hit at least one tanker, perhaps two, that were carrying Saudi oil in the Red Sea. This basically broadens the war. It creates a second front and really puts the risk of chaos in the world oil market at a much higher level. It happened just a short time ago. The Houthis had threatened to target and blockade Saudi oil. Even that threat alone was enough to make several tankers turn around, make U-turns, head north out of a longer and more expensive route out of the Suez Canal. Now that they have struck and disabled at least one tanker, possibly two, that's really going to change things. Saudi Arabia had been trying to move millions of barrels of oil out of the Red Sea, trying to flee from the chaos in the Strait of Hormuz. Now that route, at least in the short term, may be closed. If you think about it, 10% of the world's oil threatened out of the Strait of Hormuz, another 7% possibly if this can hold up in the Red Sea. So certainly a big development there.
Yep, that is most certainly a big development. So now shipping and delivery times will be longer and more expensive. So now the question is, what is next? We have all these additional assets going into the region. We've got now the big question is, how hard do we go? Are we talking about boots on the ground? I still don't think so. The president has said that for every ship that Iran hits, we'll be hitting a power plant or a bridge, an eye for an eye, if you will. So this thing is escalating quickly. Fox News analyst Lieutenant General Keith Kellogg does say, and I agree, that it's time to end this once and for all.
Here is a concern I do have for Iran, though. You have played sports, I've played sports, we've watched sports, and you let a team hang around, a baseball team in the ninth inning, or a football team in the fourth quarter, where you were clearly the better team. You should have closed them out in the first quarter, not the fourth, or the first inning, not the ninth inning. And the longer they stick around, the more dangerous they become. And that's kind of where we're at right now. And I think the president's going to close it out. He should close it out.
Yep. I mean, that's what Keith Kellogg says. So to bring this thing full circle, Iran is now targeting Saudi Arabia. They are our allies. So now the question is, okay, Saudi Arabia, with your massive military, because Saudi Arabia has a pretty impressive military. What are you, Saudi Arabia, going to do about Iran and their Islamic Revolutionary Guard helping the Houthi rebels to restrict your oil exports? And let's not forget, and I'm sure that you don't, But let's not forget that it was the Islamic Revolutionary Guard out of Iran that actually helped Hamas when they attacked Israel and killed over 1,200 Israelis. So this is something that they do. And so I would say to Saudi Arabia, what are you going to do about this? Saudi Arabia has a very modern military. They've got an impressive air force. They've got advanced air defenses as well. They rank among the top 10 in military spending across the world. So I would say to Saudi Arabia, all right, listen, they're now directly impacting your oil exports. And if, you just heard Keith Kellogg say, you know what? We should have taken care of Iran right away and been just really tough on them. Now it's Saudi Arabia's turn. Right now, they are poking the bear that is Saudi Arabia. Saudi Arabia needs to use their military and pound the living crap out of Iran. They need to become, in my opinion, they need to become far more involved militarily because now Iran is going after them directly, as, by the way, they have been. Just like Iran has been going after Qatar and some of these other Middle Eastern nations. I think Donald Trump probably at this point would love to allow Israel to just unleash holy hell on the Iranians. And so President Trump might be getting close to this. And, maybe this is the situation you want to talk about a common enemy. Israel and Saudi Arabia have a common enemy. That would be Iran. So if we can just unleash everybody and say, you know what, let's all work together and end this right now, because we're tired of this crap. We're tired of the high gas prices. We are tired of Iran constantly saying that, they're going to come to the negotiation table. They're going to negotiate agreements only to break those agreements, not negotiating in good faith. You know what? It's time for the world to end this crap. And if the Middle East wants our help, and if we need to end this thing very quickly, we all need to work together to get this done. Another story, by the way, Iran related. The U.S. and Saudi Arabia, did you see this? Have signed a nuclear deal. That's right. The U.S. and Saudi Arabia have signed a nuclear deal so that they, Saudi Arabia, can have a commercial nuclear program in Saudi Arabia in cooperation with American companies. So this is going to be a multi-billion-dollar partnership to help Saudi Arabia commercially. It will not, I repeat, it will not give them the ability to manufacture nuclear weapons. They say, and this is from Fox News, the deal would create the potential for uranium enrichment on Saudi soil. They say, though, there would be controlled. It would be controlled by a contracted corporation, and only after a lengthy study is completed. As CBS News previously reported, a civilian program is for energy supply for things like AI data centers and not a military program. So basically what's going to happen is the U.S. will want to see protocols and monitoring. The text of the deal has not yet been released, but basically what it is we'll be able to monitor through our U.S. companies this nuclear program in Saudi Arabia to make sure that there's nothing nefarious going on as far as uranium enrichment to the point where they could manufacture nuclear weapons. Remember, nuclear enrichment, uranium enrichment for commercial purposes, you only enrich to like 3.5%, 4%, 5%, I guess. For nukes, you've got to enrich all the way up to like 90%. And that is, that's how we know that Iran is trying to get nuclear weapons, is because they keep enriching to higher and higher and higher levels. It is 5:24. Joan's got the news at 5:30. Joan.
Yeah, coming up here, we know a little bit more about that Sumner County hack in the school systems computers. We've got the details on that coming up at 5:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Chris Hand Show, weekday mornings 9 to noon, and streaming on the Super Talk 99.7 WTN app.
525 Super Talk 99.7. My friends at Busy Bee Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling, they are in the middle of their back-to-school drive for kids heading back to school. So If you give to their back to school drive, they are going to give you $50 off of any service. That's right. Busy Bee Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling. They really do like to become involved in the community. They have been for years. So now, throughout the beginning of August, you can drop off pens and pencils and notebooks and any school supplies at their shop in Lebanon, or the weekend of August 1st at the Mount Juliet Chamber of Commerce. And again, they will give you $50 off any service. Check out all the details at their website, busybeehvac.com. So while you're there, you can also, while you're at the website, you can also check out the great deals that they have on plumbing, HVAC, and indoor air quality. Plus, the Beehive Club is always a great option for keeping your HVAC maintained over the long run, so you're actually saving money by keeping your unit running at peak efficiency for maximum comfort. Now, you buy a membership this month, you get a free one to give to a friend. Busy Bee Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling. Call them, tell them Dan told you to reach out, 615-246-5009, 615-246-5009, busybeehvac.com.
Good morning. It is 5:30, and I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. We'll have a beautiful day ahead. A mix of clouds and sun, lower humidity, and our high today is 85. In the news, parents of school kids in Sumner County want to know if a switch to a new online portal for school announcements led hackers to break into the school's computer system. This dad spoke to WSMB4.
Now, that's a little concerning because the fact of it is you have no idea what they got, because they could have got records from 30 years ago, or they could have got records from today, and nobody knows because nobody's saying anything.
Sumner County School delayed the start of the school year by about a week because of the hacking incident. Cybersecurity experts tell Yahoo News that parents should assume that their kids' data was exposed, change their school passwords, and then watch for phishing texts, emails, and phone calls, especially since those using AI sound so real. The search warrant has been executed yesterday at the building that houses Metro Water Services in Nashville. News 2's Haley Wilgus tells us that the warrant was executed by the U.S. Attorney's Office related to a federal investigation.
The investigation centers on a current Metro employee who is on administrative leave. It's unclear why he's the target of a federal investigation. Metro is cooperating with the investigation. The mayor's office says the law department is not representing the employee.
The mayor's office has not identified that employee and said the employee has been advised to retain his own counsel. A fraternity at Texas Christian University has launched a fundraising campaign to help support a member who's been deported to El Salvador.
A track star and valedictorian at his high school, Luis Andrade Garcia is an accounting and business information major at TCU. When he was arrested for disorderly conduct last month, a check of his immigration status found that he had come to the country illegally when he was 3, and the deportation process began. His fraternity, Lambda Theta Phi, is appealing for Garcia's return and has raised over $15,000 to go toward his legal expenses. Jim Ryan, ABC News in Dallas-Fort Worth.
That is the latest news. Traffic next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News.
Thank you, Joan. 532 Super Talk 99.7. If you're curious about those brand new O-Side optics, great news. The Glock store is having a free O-Side Optic Day. It's coming up on Saturday, August 8th. This is going to be huge. The reviews, by the way, on these O-Side optics, they've been incredible. Wider window, clearer view, all to make you a better and more accurate shot, more confident as well. That's what the Glock store, of course, is all about. So come on out Saturday, August 8th, and you'll get free hands-on range time, great O-Side giveaways, and exclusive in-store discounts, food trucks, and a whole lot more. Now, it all begins 9 a.m., goes till 6 p.m. So again, save that date. This is going to be huge. Saturday, August 8th. Now, while you're at the Glock store, you can also check out, well, pretty much any Glock imaginable. You can also find out how to customize or upgrade your Glock and have it done all right there at the Glock store, oftentimes while you wait. The Glock store, it is where I still go for all my guns, all my ammo, and my training as well. Check them out today, glockstore.com, shoot270.com. The Glock store, minutes from the airport and worth the drive from anywhere.
All right, we've got a crash in Fairview on 840 eastbound. It's past the Fairview Centerville exit. That's number 7. And that crash still blocking the left lane. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
.537 Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Good morning to you, friends. Hope you're doing well, and welcome on in to a Thursday, July 23rd. Joan, I'm a little befuddled.
You're befuddled?
I'm befuddled.
Sorry.
That can be our word of the day.
Yeah.
So Sam just pointed this out to me, and I'm trying to make heads or tails out of this. So Courtney Johnston, our friend Courtney Johnston, has posted this. Sam, this is to her official Facebook page, you said?
Yes, sir.
This is what she says. Well, congratulations to everyone who's received a traffic citation in Davidson County. Judge Kimbrough Hayes is apparently choosing to have traffic citations dismissed because Metro Legal is no longer staffing the dockets, even though Metro Legal staffing is not required. At least 3 entire dockets have been dismissed so far. Tickets issued by Metro Nashville Police Department Traffic Division, court date schedule, case dismissed. She goes on to say, sounds like a great accountability system we've got going here, not to mention the waste of time, effort, and resources for Metro Nashville Police Department. Now, Sam, you say she posted this last night?
Yep.
Now, I know from personal experience, because I really like Courtney Johnston. She's not like us. She's not a morning person.
Oh, yeah.
Although I'm not sure I'm a morning person
Right.
either, but here I am. So I'm not going to call her because I think that would be kind of pointless. But what?
Yeah.
So nobody has written about this in the local media or anything. So I don't understand. Like, is that really happening? I mean, Courtney Johnston, she is a straight upper, right? I mean, she is as no BS as you can get. So, don't know. I'm going to try to get her on maybe for the, I don't know, 8 o'clock hour. Maybe 8:05 is the latest I can go. I don't know if she's up by then. But if you see anything, man, just text it into the super text line because I got nothing.
So in the comments on that post, there's a couple people trying to obfuscate. Someone commented, Judge Kimbrough Hayes is lovely. We deserve legal representation to know our rights. So if someone can't afford it, how do you expect them to know what to do for the process? When it comes to traffic tickets in Tennessee, it's all online. Go read about the process.
This is a traffic ticket. You go online, you pay it online.
Yeah.
And it's not knowing your legal rights. They're dismissing documents en masse. Or dockets en masse, for
Apparently.
stuff.
Apparently. According to what Courtney Johnston says.
Well, another commenter has a great kind of a joke. Does this mean everyone can park for free in 12 South from now on?
So
I thought doesn't the city need like revenue? Like, I mean, traffic tickets, let's be honest. I mean, part of that is revenue generation.
But they're screwing everyone out of their property taxes. So, you don't really need the traffic division.
You know what? Who needs traffic tickets when you've got raising of the property taxes, right? So I don't know. I'll try to get her on and see if she'll come on.
It just randomly, like, I don't follow her. It came across my algorithm at like 7 o'clock at night. She just posted it then.
Last night at about 7?
The official post says 11 hours ago. So
all right,
probably a little bit earlier than that.
All right. So I'm going to send her a text. She'll love. Because, local, like, lawmakers and stuff, they love hearing from me at, like, 5:41 in the morning.
Do. Don't you wish there was, like, a send text quiet mode?
Somebody told me, somebody in local government told me that jokes have been made about my 5 a.m. texts. It's like, I'm the reason why your phone has Do Not Disturb. Yeah. Anyway, I'm just going to say, want to come on about your text. Want to come on this morning.
Is it a text or is it an X post?
I'm sending her a text message.
Gotcha.
Traffic ticks in Nashville. All right, very good. Very good. Or, very good, or there you go. One of them. There you go. I'm sure she'll be thrilled. All right, Joan. It's Joan's World. All right, so we're doing Joan's topics. Go ahead, Joan.
All right, so, we've had this thing that happened at Hendersonville schools where a teacher allegedly, reportedly showed a nude picture of himself to one of the students.
Yeah.
And it's caught. Okay.
We remember that. Is this the top one, by the way?
It's the top one. You have to start at 32 seconds
Right.
in. So this is in Naperville, Illinois, where a couple of parents went to the school board and said, hey, you guys aren't doing anything about this. Listen to this.
All right, here we go. And
15,000 children who rely on the adults in this district to keep them safe. Imagine our surprise when our child tells us his teacher growls and blows in his ear. The teacher says booty spank while slapping their behind as part of a spelling lesson. The teacher puts food directly into his mouth and other students' mouths. And when a mistake is made, the teacher says busted hardcore. And then at 10 p.m. on a Saturday night, my wife receives a text message from that teacher. Attached is a video of our child and another student. They are the only two children in the room with the teacher. The video is being sent from the teacher's personal phone. The message reads, "Raising a good dude." My wife and I have spent more than 2 decades working in schools.
I just couldn't believe that these parents have to deal with this. And the thing is, they're there to complain because the school board said that they can't do anything about it.
So what is the teacher doing with food?
Putting it in their mouths, like feeding, like...
Why in the world would you do that? That is so...
Yeah.
I mean, that's
Blowing
that is
in their
creepy
ears?
and bizarre.
Yeah. I mean, it's really weird. So it's
Hey,
not,
Johnny, want a piece of cheese?
It's not just here. Like, it's
does that?
happening how many teachers do we have to see that, like, have relationships with their students? There's something wrong with our schools.
And is this a male or a female teacher?
Female teacher. Yeah.
You ever wonder, just like, Sam, you ever wonder this? Like, guys, what are we doing wrong? Like, why?
Stop it.
Why are these teachers, it's going
because-
after young men or boys, I guess?
Do you want the serious adult response out of me?
Yeah.
It's because they're broken women. They were raised in a culture that glorified, over sexuality, and now they're put in a role where they don't really have anywhere to put it. And so when they channel it, it comes out in these weird... We've noticed an epidemic.
It has
of
been an
these
epidemic.
female
lately.
teachers having relationships with younger students. I mean, going as young as like 14 in
All right,
some cases.
Now, here's my question. So do we have a picture of the teacher?
We do not.
Because I don't know, this is the other thing I've noticed,
Yeah.
just between all us guys.
They're usually hot.
They're usually hot with 2 T's. I don't understand it. So throw the book at her.
It has nothing to do with looks or
No, I understand
or
that.
anything like that. These are immoral people. These are people that are their moral compass is pointing down.
Oh yeah, they've got.
Yeah, there's something going on there.
Anyway, moving right along.
All right, so go to the pro. I can't tell you how many of these I have seen on the internet, and I'm sure all of you have. But go down to the one, the pro-Palestinian and anti-ICE leftist.
All righty.
This young girl, and of course you're going to spot, you'll be able to spot that she's a lefty right away by what she's wearing in her nose.
She's got what do you call a bull ring?
Yeah.
Septum ring, whatever that is.
Yeah.
All right, here we go.
There she goes.
I'm playing it. Here we go.
He needs to die expeditiously, like yesterday. Every week I see someone yeah, he's gonna die soon, and he never does.
Talk about Trump, obviously.
Obviously.
He never dies. We cannot just keep waiting it out. One of these days, someone is going to need to take matters into their own hands because we are sick of this. And for legal reasons, I cannot say I'm talking about anyone specifically, but he needs to die.
You know what they did? We talked about this a while ago, Joan, where this is something that is a thing on social media, where nobody's willing to, use Donald Trump's name, but everybody sort of wink, wink, nod, nod.
Yes.
He whose name will not be mentioned, kind of like Harry Potter.
Yeah.
He whose name will not be mentioned must die. Do you know what we need to do? We need to get this giant magnet and all of these people with their bull rings will just be sucked into the
Oh,
magnet.
I love that idea.
You know what I mean? Just get them all and just put them and do whatever we need to do with them.
It's a really strong magnet.
Really strong
we could
magnet.
pull the nose ring right out of their septum.
Mm-hmm.
It would hurt.
But how does it separate, like the old lady with the hip replacement or something?
Yeah.
Do you know, Sam,
got
dare to
that.
dream, we could put a man on the moon. We apparently can't stop Iran from closing the Strait of Hormuz, but whatever.
If this magnet is targeting bisexuals, it probably has a higher rate of success.
So with this lefty, and this is on I think it's on I Meme Because I Am.
Yeah.
That account on X. That site and libs of TikTok will often have the updates. So people on the internet will go and identify this person and where she works, and then they send the video to this person's workplace, or
Yep.
whatever, and they end up getting fired or arrested for. This
They
girl
get
should be arrested.
all the attention they want.
Yes. So we may see her soon, having lost her job.
I wonder what she does.
She's a barista.
Of course she's a barista. At Starbucks?
Probably.
Okay. Are you kidding? You're serious?
I'm just kidding. I don't know, but
Joan Jones.
she
All right.
qualifies.
Yeah, I get it. All right. Well, very good. Next.
Go to the next one. Now, I have to preface this by saying that they use the word BS in this.
Is this the one with the Air Force or?
No, this is the
Got it. Okay.
the
Got
one
it.
that we
I
were
got it.
talking
I got
about.
it.
Okay, so this just cracked me up because these two
boy.
guys,
Oh,
are
boy.
are complaining about, you have to be brave if you're gay because people are going to make fun of you just for being gay.
Oh my goodness gracious.
Not for obviously what you're wearing, but
We have to describe, though, for radio people. So these two look like they invaded like an Elton John garage sale.
yeah.
Do you know what I mean?
Yes.
Like, I want you to picture Elton John in his worst days and then multiply that by 9, and that's how ridiculous.
I was going to say, I think Elton would probably tell them that that's too gay for him.
Yeah.
It'd be like, Elton would be like, guys, tone it down.
I don't even wear that on stage.
Oh,
Be a gay person, you really become brave. It's actually brave to be yourself.
Do you know what's so funny? You do have to be brave to wear those outfits.
Yeah.
I mean, and by the way, they've also got tattoos everywhere.
Still at 60-some years old, get still called fags.
And what I've learned, being called all those names and being picked on and all that kind of bullshit, is the fact that that's not about me at all. That's about you.
So,
And these people are 67. They said they're both 67 years old.
do you know what? In fairness to them, they look good for 67. I mean, aside from what they're wearing.
Yeah.
It's the face tattoo. Pulls
Is that
the
what
skin
it is?
together.
Is that what I need to do? Get a face tattoo?
Yeah, you should definitely make it look like it's, what is this, like a curl of a hair loop? Is that what that's
Well,
supposed to look like?
and here's the thing, is that I would never in a million years say it's okay to use that term, the homophobic F word.
Yeah.
But at the same time, look at you.
I know.
You know what I mean?
So it's real, they don't get it. It's not about being gay.
No.
It's about you guys look like freaks.
You look like, yeah, you know what? Instead of the
And they're
homophobic slur with the F, you should just say, you guys look like freaks, man.
I mean,
That's what I would say.
They look like decorative lamps.
They do look like decorative lamps.
Yeah.
And you know what the thing is?
Pretty weird.
The thing, yeah, there they are. I do. They look like rejects from like an Elton John movie, or like, oh, you know what this could be? This could be like, if you want to be like an Elton John impersonator and you really want to go extra, this is how you dress,
Yes.
right?
Yes.
And the one guy on the left, he looks like, and they got stupid glasses, of course. The guy on the left, though, he's got it. What looks like he went to like the home store and bought some Christmas decorations and just hung them around his neck.
Painted them all the same color.
Yeah, that's exactly right. So
It must weigh him down. Don't you, I mean, that's a lot of jewelry.
he's also got golden boots.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Whatever. Listen, they can be them. Whatever.
Yeah, absolutely.
I'm sure they're singing somewhere. They got to be me.
I gotta be me.
We gotta be us.
Let's end on this one because I just really love this. Now, we saw yesterday that the president went to the dignified transfer of the 3 soldiers. And it's always a very sad ceremony. But this is kind of the human part of these dignified transfers. This scene, I'm going to set it up, is from somebody inside of an Air Force. So it was in North Carolina. And there was an weapons systems officer, 34-year-old Alexander Davis, who died after crashing his airplane at Edwards Air Force Base in California.
Yeah.
And they brought his remains home. And this is the scene from inside the airport during that transfer because people started to notice there was something going on. Go ahead.
A lot of people with their hands over their hearts.
And they're just watching and being quiet.
It's very impromptu.
Yes. Some people have their hands on their hearts.
Yeah.
A lot of people have their phones up, but they're watching. They're quiet. Airports are normally very noisy, and this one is not. And they're just watching the transfer.
Did they say which airport this is at?
It's in Goldsboro, North Carolina, a small airport.
Wow, and they're bringing out the coffin. It's draped with the American flag.
And the people on the tarmac, of course, are saluting and standing quiet. But I was just so struck by the respect and the reverence of the people within the airport deciding that it's time to be quiet and let something happen.
I love that.
Yeah.
I do. I love that. And I love that, we actually have still Americans in this country who appreciate what the military does. And I believe that there are more people in this country, and people may disagree with me. I believe there's more people in this country that love, honor, and respect the military than hate the military.
Yep.
The woman that we played earlier with the septum ring, she would be the kind of person that is a military hater. My opinion, though, you've got to consider the source. It is 5:54. Joan's got the news coming up at 6. Joan.
Yeah, and coming up here at 6 o'clock. Oh, it is an absolute crime to steal a campaign sign, but it's happened here in Rutherford County, and someone has just surrendered themselves to police because of it.
Ooh,
what a story this is. It's coming up at 6 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Dan Mandis here. By the way, Super Text line is open, 615-737-9986, 615-737-WWTN. I'm sorry, what are you telling me to do, Sam? We shouldn't do this on the air, but what you said something to me.
I just realized you moved it. My bad.
Aren't you glad you stopped?
Well, yeah, I'm like, behind the scenes, Sam is like, okay, after promo. And I'm like, okay, I'm supposed to read a commercial. And then I'm looking at my official spot list, and I don't have one here. So why don't we go ahead and steer into the train wreck? Let's go ahead and just play a commercial, and we'll be right back. 5:57. Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. People laughing, Joan, on the Super Text line.
Oh, yeah.
Wondering what I would look like with a septum ring. And apparently
we can do that.
Oh, we can do anything we want with AI.
With AI, yeah.
Yeah, you can actually make me look good with AI. I just wish Sam would do it. Anyway, totally kidding. So somebody, 2002, I know you guys are not real big sports people, but have you seen the old guy at the baseball game that slapped that kid for not standing for the anthem?
We did that.
We did that.
Yeah.
We talked about that. It was in Chicago, Wrigley Field. Old guy kind of slaps a younger adult in the back of the head because he would not stand for the national anthem. I don't have it queued up right now, but it was a viral video. And so we talked about it. Have you heard, Joan, the update to that story?
Yes, I have.
Because the video went viral.
Yeah.
People sought out the old man. So the ending of that whole thing was that the young guy and the old man bonded over that moment.
Yeah.
And the younger guy bought the older guy, who I guess was a Vietnam veteran, and bought the older guy a beer and the whole thing. And everybody got along famously. Isn't that cool?
Also, police were asked the kid if he wanted to press charges, and he said no, absolutely not. He said he did the right thing.
He got it.
Yep.
He got it. See, sometimes the older generation needs to set the younger generation straight. If only the younger generation would listen.
I don't want to.
You know, I was going to say Sam, but I chose not to. And then you went ahead and just drove right into it. Anyway, it is 6 o'clock. Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Good morning, 6 o'clock. I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. A current Rutherford County commissioner has surrendered to police over a sign theft incident. Rommel McMurray is accused of stealing the campaign sign of his opponent, Pat Clements, who had placed an Apple AirTag inside one of the signs. The AirTag finder on Clements' phone pointed to McMurray's garage. But McMurray denies that he stole the sign. News 2's Audrey Mayer spoke with him.
Your opponent did, put a video on Facebook showing, the green arrow, of his AirTag pointing to your house. How do you explain that?
Everybody is trying to figure out how that's explained. And to be quite honest, the officer that came out did not witness an AirTag, did not hear an AirTag, because it says it. And we just don't know.
No, in the interview, McMurray also said that he, quote, relocated the sign, and he accused Clements of stealing his signs.
And so I was like, I guess he took mine up. I just picked his up and I took it on down the street.
Now, under state law, campaign signs are legally considered personal property, meaning that removing, destroying, or altering them without authorization constitutes a criminal offense. Other news, the U.S. military has hit Iranian targets for a 12th straight night. Now, these attacks coming after President Trump threatened to strike Iranian bridge or power plants for every ship that Iran attacks in the Strait of Hormuz. The Iranians then responded, threatening to retaliate an eye for an eye. Well, that got a response from Secretary of State Marco Rubio.
I saw Arachi, their foreign minister, who the other day say or something about their policies, an eye for an eye. The president's policy is a head for an eye. I mean, honestly, that's what it's going to be. I mean, they will pay a very heavy price.
Rubio also denying reports that Russia is helping Iran to target its strikes on U.S. bases and personnel, telling reporters there's nothing that anyone's doing to help Iran target Americans. Market numbers brought to you by Beacon Capital Management, online at beaconcm.com.
A lackluster day on the trading floor found the NASDAQ composite slipping just over 0.5% yesterday, and the S&P giving up 0.14%. The Dow Jones finished flat, and futures for all three point to a lower opening today. The last 3 months were good for Alphabet. The parent to Google and YouTube posted earnings of $112 billion in the last quarter, up from $28 billion a year before, driven partly by Alphabet's investment in SpaceX. The Senate Commerce Committee has advanced a bipartisan bill aimed at strengthening a ban on Chinese cars being sold in the U.S. But Senator Ted Cruz, the chairman, sees an unintended consequence in the fine print. The bill could bar Mercedes-Benz from the U.S. Hoping to avoid cyclosporiasis by eating at home? Well, now you have to check the pantry for Amy's Kitchen low-sodium organic lentil soup. The company that makes it is recalling over 15,000 cases because of a defect that could increase the risk of spoilage. Jim Ryan, ABC News.
And stock futures pointing down this morning. The Dow futures right now minus 134. That's the latest news, traffic and weather next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News.
Hey, it's Dan Mandis from Super Talk 99.7 WTN and Nashville's Morning News. I'm here with Chris from USS, United Structural Systems. He's checking out my basement, my foundation, my crawl space to see if there's anything wrong. Fingers crossed. All right, so there's good news and there's bad news. The bad news is we found some cracks in my basement wall. The good news, I've got Chris here who's going to walk me through the next steps.
Yes, so unfortunately, your house has been subject to the pressure of the dirt. The hydrostatic pressure, heavy dirt pushes on foundation walls, and you've got a little bit of what we call bowing. So that wall is pushed in a little bit. We have a lifetime warranty solution for that. So we install, usually in a day or two, this can be done in most situations. We install carbon fiber straps, which keep the wall from moving inward at any point in the future. It's a lifetime warranty for anybody that ever owns this house. So it's a quick and routine thing that we do, but it yields some long-lasting benefits.
It's a great selling point if you want to sell your house.
Absolutely. Good thing about our warranties is they're not only transferable, like the contract says, they're automatically transferred when you sell your house. So you'll have to sign any paperwork or even send us an email saying that you sold your house. Warranty would transfer to the next owner.
A crash on the eastern split this morning. It's I-40 westbound right at the I-2440 east exit. That's 213A. There's a crash reported there. Watch it. Also, Antioch on 24, the eastbound side at Hickory Hollow Parkway. A crash takes out the right shoulder. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
.606 on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Good morning to you, friends. Hope you are doing well. And welcome on in to a Thursday. It is July 23rd. A lot going on. By the way, Congressman Andy Ogles scheduled to join us at 7:35. Looking forward to speaking to him. I've got a lot that I want to talk to him about. We have a lot going on. Let's get right into the news. By the way, you can always follow me on the socials at Dan Mandis Show. You can also send me an email, dan@997wtn.com. So there's a big article in the Daily Mail today talking about J.D. Vance. This is clearly a hit job. So let me tell you what's going on. I'm going to give you the headline, and then I'll go through some of the details in my perspective. Headline from the Daily Mail: Secret Service agent for J.D. Vance sidelined over accusations of leaking info about second family's travels. Now, and this is audio only, Sam. So one of J.D. Vance's Secret Service agents has now apparently been sidelined. I don't know if that means suspended or what exactly that means, after participating in a hit piece for MS Now. So how crazy is this that one of J.D. Vance's Secret Service guards is working with MS Now to target the vice president in a hit piece? And so what he did was he leaked details of the vice president's travel schedule. The piece was about basically how terrible it is to work with J.D. Vance, his wife, and now 4 kids.
Gobsmacking. Exclusive new reporting on simmering tensions within J.D. Vance's Secret Service detail over crazy requests by J.D. Vance and his family, considered completely unprecedented compared to every past vice president of the United States. From that new report, quote, on Thursday last week, Secret Service agents groused amongst themselves as they prepared to deliver another perk to Vice President Vance's family. Join a military helicopter crew to fly his young son to his golf lesson, end quote.
All right, so that's the accusation. One of them is that JD used one of the helicopters to fly across town to take his son to a golf lesson. Now, that helicopter flight was actually canceled because of storms, but the fact that he was going to do it, I guess, has everybody all upset. So the agent is accused of leaking the information to MS Now for a story about agents on the vice president's security detail being dismayed by his personal travel schedule, sources telling CNN. So you've got MS Now and you've got CNN. Everybody is starting to dogpile on J.D. Vance. Now, how do you know that you are a threat to the left when they start going after you? And clearly it's J.D. Vance's turn. And my question would be, okay, is this all you got? Like, really? Is this all you have? Is the vice president thinking about taking a helicopter ride across town to get to a golf lesson, right? Okay, if that's against protocol, then you deal with it and you move on. The rogue Secret Service agent has not been identified, although he or she has been sidelined. As part of the coverage, MS Now described Vance's plan to travel, including flying with his son on a Marine Corps helicopter for a golf lesson, a plan that was later scrapped due to severe thunderstorms and high winds.
A building morale problem inside the team of agents assigned to shield Vance and his young family. Agents have shared concerns internally about Vance and his office, pressing them for trips and assignments that some agents consider an inappropriate or even unprecedented use of government resources compared to prior vice presidents.
Okay. So now they're getting just really excited about this whole thing, and we're going to talk about the unprecedented nature of what we're seeing. But it did describe how agents have been tasked with protecting J.D. Vance, his wife Usha, their 3 young children, became fed up with the vice president's last-minute travel demands, which forced them to cancel their days off, drop their plans, and race to the location where they are needed. I'm sorry, are they allowed to quit? Joan, can somebody, the Secret Service, this is not like indentured servitude, right? I mean, they're allowed to quit this job if they so choose. They apply for these jobs. So this whole thing about, oh, woe is us, ladies, guys, you applied for this gig as a Secret Service agent. Now, in this piece, they get pretty specific as far as operational details, which caught the attention of the FBI, the White House, and Secret Service. Everybody wanted to find out who this agent was or is, and they certainly did. So now they'll have to figure out, again, if protocol was actually broken, and if so, they need to make sure that everyone understands what the protocol is. But this is clearly a hit piece on J.D. Vance as he is planning on running for the presidency. Now, I don't know the context. Like, nobody knows the context of this. It's possible that the vice president was tasked or asked to do something at the last minute, and he's trying to maintain some sort of, normal family life as much as you can. Remember how many times that he's had to fly to I think it was Pakistan and Qatar to negotiate with Iran. Remember all of that? He was gone for like days and days at a time. So it's possible that he got wrapped up or pulled into something. He desperately wants to have some, father-son time on the golf course. And so the permission was granted that, okay, you know what? This one time you can take the Marine helicopter to fly across town to get to the golf course. All right, you know what? If that's against protocol, his bad, and they won't do it again. So we don't know the context as to why it is that they had to take the helicopter. But it's really this part.
An inappropriate or even unprecedented use of government resources.
That seems a little silly. I mean, really? If you really want to start going down this road, remember when Joe Biden was in office, they spent over $11 million on protecting crackhead Hunter. Millions of dollars on hotel rooms and real estate, air travel, car rentals as well. Do you remember the story where they had to rent a $30,000 a month Malibu rental home so that they could be near crackhead Hunter? Remember that whole thing? I mean, we could talk about, and we mentioned this in the 5 o'clock hour, but, we could talk about Bill Clinton and his Energizer Bunny visits. They would spend taxpayer resources facilitating visits to Bill Clinton from this woman he was having an affair with. 10 years. Supposedly, Bill Clinton was having an affair with the Energizer Bunny. You talk about Joe Biden's skinny dipping. Remember that when Biden loved the skinny dip and these poor agents had to sit there and guard him? I mean, that probably didn't cost any additional resources, but still. To do an over 4-minute piece on this and go after J.D. Vance does seem really silly. And by the way, the other thing, when I saw this story, the other thing that I thought about was, really, Secret Service? Really? Is this what you're going to do? After the failures in Butler, Pennsylvania, this is what you're going to do. Is start leaking to MS Now and ultimately CNN and the rest of it. So if I'm the Secret Service and I'm the guy in charge of the Secret Service, I'm going to say, focus on your job, keep the complaints to a minimum, and figure out where you went wrong in Butler, which everybody knows at this point where you went wrong in Butler, and focus on keeping everybody safe. And don't leak to MS Now. Don't leak to the enemy. It is 6:15. Time to check the roads on WTN. As far as your weather goes, it looks like it's going to be nice today, pleasant, high around 88. Appreciate you listening to Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Joan, you know Sophie Cunningham, right?
I do,
We all know Sophie Cunningham. Yeah. She is the protector for Caitlin Clark.
She's the enforcer.
Right, she's the enforcer. I keep wanting to say Caitlin Collins, and I'm telling you, it is a mind trip.
Yeah.
Big difference between Caitlin Clark and Caitlin Collins.
Just a little.
So apparently she has now come out, and she is becoming very popular, Sophie Cunningham is, with the MAGA crowd, apparently. She has now come out, and she says, yeah, you know what? We need to protect women's sports. This is online. This is what they say about what they term as she is a MAGA Barbie, as some corners of the internet are calling her. They say that because of what she looks like, which is she's very attractive, and where she's from, she'll weigh in on how to, quote, protect women's sports in this article from ESPN. She says because she is in that world and does feel qualified to speak to that world. She says, I get a lot of negative feedback about me hating trans, and I'm like, I never once said that. So she is now on record, Sophie Cunningham is, she is now on record as saying that we do need to protect women's sports, and I do love that, obviously. Can you look up, they mentioned where Sophie is from. I don't know where she's from. Can you look it up? If you could, Sam, because I mean, obviously she must be somewhere that is a red state. But you know what's interesting is that she's getting a lot of hate for those comments of wanting to protect women's sports. So the world melted down. Arrows are being slung her way, Sophie Cunningham. So now she's being asked the same question over and over and over again about, how could you possibly want to keep men out of women's sports? And this is Sophie Cunningham.
I mean, I think I said what I said. I think it's kind of common sense. And I think I'll always believe in that. I think it's really important to protect children. And that's little girls who are also involved in that category. And so I stand on what I said, and I always believe that.
I love that. I love that. I said what I said. You know what I mean? Like, it's just, you know what? I said what I said, and y'all can deal with it.
Do you see your advocacy on that, like, taking any form going forward?
You know, I don't know. I'm not a very political person, but I do have beliefs. I have morals, and I'll always stand on those and be true to who I am. And I think people are going to take it how they want to take it, but I've never even really said anything about that. And so when it comes just to protecting young girls in sport and women in sport, I feel very strongly about that. I think that's why you have Title IX. That's why you have some of the greats in women's sports. If Title IX and women's sports weren't protected, then you wouldn't hear about any type of women in sport. And so I think in the future, it's just really important to protect.
And she's absolutely right, obviously. So now she's being called a MAGA warrior or a MAGA Barbie or whatever, simply because she believes that men should not be replacing women in women's sports. It's like, no, men destroying women's sports and keeping men out of women's sports, we know that is like an 80-20 issue. That is a bipartisan issue. In my opinion, only the freakiest of the Democrats believe that men should be in women's sports.
So it actually gives a little bit of light to something crazier that's happening behind the scenes up in Connecticut. So ESPN had these layoffs, right? And Ryan Clark was one of the people they let go, and people were getting on him for being a race baiter and all that kind of stuff on set. Well, now they aired the Sophie Cunningham stuff, and they were actually kind of, having a reasonable discussion on their broadcast talking about it. They weren't bashing her or being negative. Mm-hmm. It almost came across as supportive. So we're seeing a culture shift in the sports world, it seems.
I think what's happening is with the Democrats becoming more and more communist and more crazy, I think that there's many people who are maybe taking a fresh look at these issues and realizing how immoral it is and how crazy it is and how dangerous it is for women in women's sports, or women in bathrooms. This is clearly a bipartisan issue because men should not be in women's bathroom or in women's sports. So, yeah, I would say this is an 80-20 issue. I love to say that, this is a culture issue, but one that people really do care about. So, of course, people are now accusing her of being a hater, which clearly she does not care.
Do you think, I guess, along the line like that, it goes against perhaps... Some people might say, hey, for the trans community, this could be something that could come back on us or be targeted against us. Like, how do you, I guess, view that sort of critique?
Like I said, I extend love, and I don't dislike anyone. Like, I think there is room for absolutely everyone here, and I think there's room to love everyone. And I truly think when you get people in the same room and you have conversations, you actually have a lot in common with a lot of people. And so I'm there to love, but I'm also there to love biological women, and I think that there are rights that need to be protected. And like I said, I'm going to stand true to that. I'll never falter in my beliefs in that, but I have never once said I hated the trans community. Like I said, I think there's space for everyone.
Remember, you disagree with the left, and they will say that you hate, or that you are a hater, or that you are hate-filled. That's what they said about Charlie Kirk. And look what happened to Charlie. The other thing that I like is that she's saying that she will always be true to her beliefs. She's not going to back down.
Love that.
Love that. You got to be strong these days. Clearly, you have to be strong. She's not going to go crawling back on her opinions because she is being threatened. She said what she said. And I love how she says, I don't hate anyone. It's the media and the trans activists who are the ones hating. But accusing everyone else of hating, it's like, you know what, leftists, just get over it, man. And part of me is, I would say that, we're just matching your energy. So if there does seem to be like some hostility going from from the conservative side over to the leftists? Well, it's because of what we're getting from them. We're just returning all that hate back to them. Although I don't think Republicans or conservatives, I don't think anybody's hating on the trans activists. I don't like their opinion. I don't like what they stand for. I don't like the fact that, they think it's okay to take over women's sports and take over women's private spaces. I don't hate them, but I do hate what they stand for.
Well, and, their tendency to kind of act out in violence these days is starting to grow pretty exponentially.
We talked about that yesterday. Here's more from Sophie Cunningham.
How do you, navigate a climate where whatever you say, people are going to say, well, this means you're automatically in this box or this label or that label, politically, morally, whatever?
I really don't care. I know that sounds bad, and I'm not trying to come off like that, but I do think, everyone always is coming at it as a negative. Well, me coming out with that, there's so many people who are coming out with the positive, saying, you know what, finally someone has said something, and I don't really look at either side of those, because I know whatever I say, I'm going to get hate and I'm going to get love. And if I'm going to live by the love, I'm going to die by the hate. And that's just not who I am. I beat to my own drum. And like I said, there's, going to be some negative comments, but there's also a whole bunch of positive comments too that no one really ever, people hate positivity for some reason. I have no idea why, but there's a lot of positive comments too when it comes to that. And so, it is what it is. Like I said, we're all human. We're, no one's perfect here, and so I really don't care what other people have to say. I know who I am. My people know who I am, and hopefully I'm doing them proud and making room for young boys and girls in our world to have a better future than we did.
It is interesting. I loved what she said, and it is so true, where she said everybody hates positivity. And she's absolutely right. I mean, you want to say, okay, the media will cover the 20% that just are vile and they spew hatred if you say something as simple as, yeah, you know what? Grown A men should not be in women's bathrooms and women's sports. Something as simple as that, and all of that vile 20% comes your way, completely ignoring, in my opinion, the 80% of the people that agree with Sophie Cunningham. So there's obviously a lot of focus on the insanity of the left and how they'll go after you. But she feels like she's tough enough to withstand it. And clearly she is. And so she does talk about how so many people are sending her positive vibes from saying that men should not be in women's sports. And I do believe, and we talked about this yesterday, I do believe that there is a fatigue that is happening where people are becoming so sick of the drama that is coming and the violence that is coming from the trans community these days. And so, this is a conversation, obviously, that will continue. But, kudos to Sophie Cunningham. It is 6:26. Joan's got the news coming up at 6:30. Joan.
Yeah, coming up here, guess who's been referred for prosecution? Jack Smith. Remember him, the former prosecutor? He's been referred to the DOJ. I've got that story for you. It's coming up at 6:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Thank you, Joan. Dan Mandis here at DT McCall's. They've been helping out Tennesseans for over 100 years with fair prices and outstanding customer service. Now, right now at DT McCall's, they've got great deals on all things electronics, appliances, furniture, lawn and garden equipment, and a whole lot more. DT McCall's, they've been saving Middle Tennesseans money for over 100 years. 4 generations of treating people right, with a focus on savings and customer service as well. Now, the first thing I do when I realize I need something is I do go to their website, dtmccalls.com. I check out the latest specials, and typically I'll order right from the website. But if I have to go see it, I go to the brick and mortar stores. They help me out and answer any questions I might have with outstanding customer service. So listen, friends, if you need anything for your home, your garage, maybe your backyard, you only need to go to one place, and that is my place, DT McCall's. They've got 5 locations across Middle Tennessee: Carthage, Cookeville, Lebanon, Lafayette, and Franklin. Always online, dtmccalls.com. Tell them Dan Mandis told you to reach out.
Good morning at 6:31. I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. Got your forecast and traffic still to come here. Former special counsel Jack Smith has now been referred to the DOJ for criminal prosecution. House Judiciary Committee Chairman Jim Jordan accusing Smith of lying to Congress last year when he testified that his team didn't read the content of text messages that he had subpoenaed. Those text messages were obtained from the National Archives for mostly Republicans mostly Republicans in the House during Smith's investigation into January 6th. By a narrow vote of 216 to 214, the House has adopted a sweeping budget resolution for a $95 billion package. It provides funding for defense and intelligence, farm aid, and components of Trump's elections overhaul effort, also known as the Save America Act.
The blueprint allows for up to $73 billion to cover the military conflict with Iran, as the Pentagon warned it's running out of money to conduct operations there. The resolution also includes a long-shot bid to pass components of the Save America Act, alongside $12 billion in disaster aid for farmers. Speaker Mike Johnson celebrated the legislation.
It's a very consequential week for the American people, and we've delivered once again.
Majority Leader John Thune, however, has indicated he doesn't plan to hold a vote on the resolution anytime soon, signaling he might use it to avert a government shutdown in September if Democrats don't agree to fund the government. Peter Haralambous, ABC News.
Now, 7 Republican House members voted against it, and that includes Tennessee's Tim Burchett and Kentucky's Thomas Massie. 6 Democrats crossed the aisle to join the GOP in passing that measure. A passenger in a car that was pulled over during a traffic stop in Lebanon has been arrested. Lebanon police say that a K-9 alerted officers to the presence of narcotics in that car, and they asked the driver and the 66-year-old female passenger to get out of the car. Well, that's when the woman began exposing herself to passing cars on Highway 109. Turns out the officers did find cocaine in the car. The driver, who kept his clothes on during that traffic stop, he also was arrested. That is the latest news, traffic, and weather next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News.
Thank you, Joan. 634, Super Talk 99.7 WTN. By the way, Joan, you were talking about the NDAA that was passed in the House. Andy Ogles is going to be joining us at 7:35. We'll talk more about that with the congressman coming up later on. Again, 7:35 on Super Talk 99.7. Dan Mendes here, and yes, I do agree the times are tough, and if you need a new car, truck, or minivan, maybe an SUV, Mid-10 Ford, they can help you out with great selection and terrific pricing as well. They've been around for 56 years, since 1969, helping people get the vehicle that is right for them. Now, right now, you can save $1,000 or more on select Ford trucks. They also, by the way, offer that special financing as well if you need it. Mid-10 Ford, literally, my friends, it is a one-stop shop. You can buy your vehicle there, get it serviced, and even they've got a body shop as well. So if you want a brand new vehicle, a pre-owned truck, you can check them all out at their website, mid10fordtrucks.com. That's mid10fordtrucks.com. Again, they've been around for 56 years, offering low-pressure sales and maximum customer service. Now, this is a family-owned business, again, going back 4 generations, so they know how to treat customers, so let them help you get into your next truck or SUV. Stop by Mid-10 Ford, 1319 Foster Avenue. You can call them at 615-259-2050, 615-259-2050. Find them online, mid10fordtrucks.com, or follow them on Facebook and Instagram, Mid-10 Ford, where trust comes first.
Hey, watch it in Spring Hill on 65 North past the Duplex Road overpass. There's a crash there, and drivers are reporting both road work and police in that area. It looks like it's a bit of a mess. Glencliff, 40 westbound, there's a crash before Spence Lane, and then one on 24 eastbound in Antioch. It's on the right shoulder at Hickory Hollow Parkway. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
.638 Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Good morning to you, friends. People asking why is it that Congressman Tim Burchett voted against the NDAA. You had Josh Brecheen out of Oklahoma, Tim Burchett from Tennessee, Eli Crane out of Arizona, Harriet Hageman out of West Virginia, I think.
No, she's out of
what is
Wyoming.
WY?
Wyoming.
Duh. Anna Paulina Luna voted against it as well. Thomas Massey and Chip Roy. So I'm going to send a text message to Tim Burchett and see if he can give us an indication as to why he voted against it. But one of the aspects of this that a lot of people are going to be freaking out about, and by the way, I've got Andy Ogles, Congressman Andy Ogles, going to be joining us at 7:35 to get his perspective. But one of the things that people don't like about this is, I think it's called Section 219, and this really, it's designed to move us closer to Israel by increasing cooperation between our two governments and our military. Essentially, what some are saying, they describe it as Israel is being embedded into our military. And of course, if you pay any attention to what's going on, the Republican Party, there's definitely a big divide between, how much support do we give Israel? How much access do we give Israel to our military? And so part of the consternation about this Section 219 is we do have, I think a lot of Republicans are maybe, taking a second look, maybe just rethinking how close we are to Israel. And so at a time that we do have some rethinking our relationship militarily and so forth, President Trump, is effectively, some will say, embedding them into our military. We're going to get the perspective of Congressman Andy Ogles coming up here at 7:35 here on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. I did want to find out, because, Joan, you were reporting that some of the tenets of the Save America Act are in the NDAA. And so I wanted to look up and see, okay, so what exactly is that? And what is in it? What's so frustrating, though, is that John Thune isn't even going to bring it up. I mean, what's up with that? So
right.
It's going to be maybe in September?
He is determined to stop President Trump's agenda. He's determined to stop it. I don't understand.
So core provisions of the SAVE Act, they say, this is from Grok, as incorporated into the NDAA, states cannot accept or process a federal voter registration application unless the applicant provides documentary proof of U.S. citizenship, a real ID, compliant identification indicating U.S. citizenship, a valid U.S. passport. These are the kind of documents that are acceptable. Certain government-issued photo IDs showing U.S. As the place of birth, others specified birth certificates, naturalization papers, etc., photo ID requirement to vote, and voter roll maintenance. And so, these are some of the things that were in the NDAA. So I'm wondering, is that the reason why John Thune is refusing to bring this up until September? Because he doesn't like the fact that there are some of these provisions from the SAVE Act in the NDAA. And the House, they just barely passed it What was it, Joan? Do you have it in front of you? I'm sorry, I shouldn't do this to you, but
No, it's fine. It was 216, 214.
okay, so it's close.
Yeah.
Now, the only thing that I can think of, the reasoning why John Thune would not want to bring this up in front of the Senate is because he doesn't believe that it would pass. Maybe that's what it is.
That's what he keeps saying. We don't have the votes. Well, whip the votes. Do what you need to make it happen. Be the leader.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Well, he's not a leader. I mean, John Thune is not a leader. Key provisions in the NDAA, pay and benefits, raises service members' pay by 5 to 7%. That is higher than the typical raise. Expands access to education and children for military families. Authorizes $1.8 billion for barracks and family housing. Have you ever spoken to somebody, Joan, about the family housing and some of these? They're not. I've had several people tell me that the family housing on military bases is not good.
It's not.
I don't know how bad it is, but
I have a niece and nephew who.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Yep.
They need to be upgraded.
They do. The wife ends up having to work a second, a job as well in order for the family to afford housing off base.
Yep. And that's what John Thune is holding up.
Yeah.
$56 billion talking about weapons, a whole bunch of weaponry as well. You're talking about $56 billion for aircraft, $60 billion for naval vessels, expands U.S. defense production capacity and industrial base revitalization, so on and so forth. Also, it codifies several executive orders, including the Golden Dome, missile defense systems, including provisions strengthening U.S.-Israel defense technology cooperation. That's what I was talking about. And that seems to be really, one of the things that seems to be, people, I'm not going to say triggering people because I think it's a valid concern where, okay, so how in bed are we getting in with Israel? What exactly is it that we're doing? And is that the right thing to do? So there's a lot to talk about with Congressman Andy Ogles coming up here at 7:35. Right now, it is 6:45. Time to check the roads on WTN. $6:45 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. As far as your weather goes, high today of about 85, 86 degrees and not real humid today either. Sounds like it's going to be a real nice day. AI horror stories are becoming more commonplace. Here's another one. You ready? One of the worries of AI is that it'll take jobs, of course. We all know that. But what happens if AI escapes and we have no idea how to control it?
I think AI will probably, most likely, sort of lead to the end of the world. But in the meantime, there will be great companies created with serious machine learning.
Yeah, that is OpenAI founder Sam Altman years ago predicting what AI could lead to. Now, listen to this. Industry giant OpenAI, the creator of ChatGPT, revealed something rather horrifying. Their AI escaped, hacked a website, and then basically went back home and nobody realized what it did. OpenAI's new model, GPT 5.6, was being tested in what they call a sandbox. And essentially, that is a secure and confined digital environment where technology can be developed without real-world consequences, or so they thought. So they've got this thing in a sandbox, which is, again, basically you can test this thing and it's isolated. So the technicians set the model a task. We don't know, they say exactly, this is from the Daily Mail. We don't know exactly what was asked of it, but they say we do know it was along the lines of, how capable are you at hacking websites, asking AI. So this is where things took a turn for the bizarre and for the worst. The model decided to hack the website Hugging Face in order to complete OpenAI's internal cyber testing before returning to the sandbox and acting as though it had never escaped. Now, if you don't know what that website is, it's basically a website for AI developers. But that is crazy because AI just said, all right, I'm going to show you something. It hacks Hugging Face. Apparently, it had been lurking in Hugging Face for like a week. The employees had no idea that it was lurking. I mean, this is scary. They talk about how a different test conducted by another company called Anthropic last year, where models were asked to achieve harmless business goals, and yet in several instances, the models resorted to malicious behaviors, including blackmailing officials and leaking sensitive information to competitors in order to achieve their aims. So that was a test from this Anthropic last year. Because realize AI, it doesn't think about morals or laws or anything like that. Its only job is to complete a task, period, by whatever means necessary. They say that industry professionals estimate it takes a major state actor with the necessary basic talent, such as China, only 6 to 9 months to copy and mimic any publicly released AI model. In other words, if China got a hold of this GPT 5.6, which, by the way, is already publicly available, they could do some serious damage with it to us. Cyber terror groups, they say, are already, you can be certain, working on their own version of this particular version of AI. And once they have it, their hacking capabilities, they say, will be inconceivable. So, you know, when we start talking about what AI is and what it has the capabilities of,
I think AI will probably, most likely, sort of lead to the end of the world. But in the meantime, there will be great companies created with serious machine learning.
The end of the world. You know, that might be a good Daily Dan poll. Have we done a Daily Dan poll yet today, Sam? We have? I don't remember what it is. I do these things so quickly. What was our previous Daily Dan poll? You always got to be ready, man.
Yeah,
Come on.
Sure. Who would be the worst to guard as a Secret Service?
Okay. And what did people say?
Hillary Clinton.
Really? How evil, Joan, is Hillary Clinton that she won? Who would be the worst for the Secret Service to guard? It was, what was our 4 options?
Joe Biden, Hillary Clinton, Kamala Harris, and Bill Clinton.
Okay.
Hillary won with 50% of the total vote. Kamala with 23, Joe with 21, and Bill with only 6.
Okay.
We've all seen Hillary lashing out at people and just being as mean as she could possibly be. I mean, Joe Biden, for all of his faults, is a doddering old man at this point.
He is, but do you want to see him naked?
I do not.
Or have to change his diaper.
That too.
Well, I don't think Secret Service has to do any of that.
If you don't get her tranquilizers, all hell breaks loose.
Well, you know, she starts throwing lamps and stuff.
Yeah.
Is that what she threw at Bill Clinton? Was it a
so.
lamp?
I think it was a lamp.
So do you think if you're a Secret Service member and you're guarding Hillary, do you have to wear a crash helmet?
Yeah.
If the lamp is dressed like those 2 gentlemen from earlier, yes.
All right, moving right along. Let's call back 6:51, and Joan's got the news coming up at 7. Joan.
Yeah, coming up here, Dan, we've got stories about the protectees, the Secret Service, saying that its protectees are more endangered now than ever before. It's coming up at 7 o'clock on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Dan Mandis here, Mark Spain Real Estate. If you are stuck in a home that you cannot sell, call Mark Spain. If your open houses, they're being ignored, call Mark Spain. If you're tired of making costly repairs while your home goes unsold, call Mark Spain. Their guaranteed offer keeps you in control. You are going to get out of your home fast and with maximum profit. Mark Spain Real Estate has over 72,000 clients. They are the #1 most reviewed real estate company in America with over 13,000 5-star reviews. And let me tell you something, those 13,000 5-star reviews cannot be wrong. Mark Spain Real Estate is the company that I recommend for selling your home. So call them right now and get out of your home fast and for maximum profit. That is the guaranteed offer. They will allow you to move on to the next chapter in your life. So call them 855-299-SOLD, 855-299-SOLD, or go to markspain.com to get a guaranteed offer on your home today and start packing. .656, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. A lot of people commenting on the AI segment that I did where, clearly, and I like what Monty Fritz said, and other people saying that they like what Monty Fritz has said about AI, which is, if we're not careful, we'll be talking about what AI is doing to us and not for us. And he's absolutely right. The more you read about AI, the more terrifying it is. And if you missed that segment, you can catch it on the podcast or the video after the show. By the way, Metro Council approved new restrictions on data centers where they can be built and how big they can be. But the DC Block's land purchase next to the zoo, apparently it's going to continue because they already vested in it or invested in it. So that is going to continue. Legal proceedings, though, may stop it for a while. Ultimately, though, I guess DC Blocks does have the land. You remember my discussion with Rick Schwartz, the president and CEO of Nashville's zoo, where that massive data center is going to be built, and what he told me about the impact on the zoo's animals.
So the main concern we do have is the noise. And if you've read in the papers, of course, they say they'll maintain a level of 65 decibels or below, but that's really not the concern. The concern is what's called infrasound or tonal noise, and that is basically noise that you can feel through vibration. It's a low frequency electromagnetic current. And so, to be honest with you, we don't know what the effect of long-term exposure to that would be. And it runs, 24/7, and that is a concern. We have some incredibly rare species in our collection, and you keep hearing about the clouded leopard, which is, has been our signature species for, 36 years. And I was involved with them long before I ever came to the zoo. I've been working with these animals since I was 20 years old, so it's a long time now. These animals specifically do not like noise.
So we'll have to see ultimately where that goes. I was talking earlier about how Tim Burchett was one of the ones who voted no on the NDAA last night. Apparently, and can you just go and play it from there?
Hey everybody, Tim Burchett just leaving the House floor. Several key votes today. The National Defense Authorization Act, I voted against it. It's $1.1 trillion spending. The three largest air forces in the world happen to be ours. Our Air Force, our Army, and our Navy. And I think we spend more combined than the top three adversaries we have in the world, are the three largest anyway, and then they're supposedly gaining on us, and then we don't even pass an audit. I hadn't passed an audit in over 30 years, and we're $40 trillion in debt, 1.1 trillion spending. It's just unbelievable to me.
All right, so Tim Burchett, Congressman Tim Burchett, you folks wanted to know why he didn't vote for the NDAA. It's because, number one, he doesn't like the amount, which is true. That's a lot of money. But number two, and it is a big issue, Pentagon hasn't passed an audit in how long? It has been years. It is 7 o'clock on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Good morning, 7 o'clock now. I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. We've got your forecast and traffic coming up in 5 minutes. A child has been shot. Happened overnight in North Nashville. Channel 4's Marius Payton saying that it happened during a fight at an apartment complex in the Parkwood Estates.
Police say a bullet went through a window, grazing that child in the leg. Those injuries are considered minor, and there are no suspects at this time. Metro Police are reviewing multiple cameras to figure out who is responsible.
The child was treated at a local hospital. A Secret Service agent assigned to Vice President J.D. Vance's security detail has reportedly been sidelined for allegedly leaking information about the vice president's travels to MS Now. The news outlet was doing a story about how agents on the vice president's security detail are dismayed by his personal travel schedule. Now, the White House calls the actions by this agent a security threat. The agent's on administrative leave and facing an internal review. The agent could still face criminal charges. Meantime, at a rare on-the-record briefing for reporters in Washington, the head of the U.S. Secret Service said that the threats against its protectees are, in his words, off the charts.
The Secret Service says it's handled 10,000 cases involving threats against protectees this year. That's up 40% from last year. Director Sean Curran.
The threat picture and environment is as large as I've ever seen it.
Officials say many of the cases involve Americans with mental health issues and that committals at the agency's request are up tenfold. But Deputy Secret Service Director Matt Quinn says the threats are also overseas.
Iran has publicly said they want to kill President Trump.
Stephen Portnoy, ABC News, Washington.
In Putnam County, a traffic stop has ended with 4 adults being taken into custody and a 5-year-old girl caught in the middle of an impromptu drug bust. News 2's Andy Cordan with that story.
She's sitting amongst people who have serious drug felonies as well as possession of fentanyl and meth.
I live in Lebanon.
Which one's your daughter?
The little one.
The one that's not properly restrained. And the seatbelt? None of you guys wearing seatbelts?
Deputies suspect drug use in the car.
Check.
This canine confirms it. The car is searched. and drugs are found.
And the little girl's mother was the driver of that car. She's also a suspect in a larger drug case involving the TBI. Now, that little girl is now staying with another family member. Market Numbers brought to you by Beacon Capital Management, online at beaconcm.com. And stock futures this morning on the downside. We've got the Dow Industrial Futures down 311 right now. NASDAQ futures falling 236. The S&P futures are minus 43. That's the latest news, traffic and weather next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News. It's a crash in Glen Cliff on 40 westbound before Spence Lane. It's off to the right shoulder. Nashboro Village, Murfreesboro Pike at Bell Road. There's a crash involving injuries. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
.706 on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. All right, Joan, I've got confirmation from Andy Ogle's people, Congressman Andy Ogle's people.
How much time before he makes an appearance on this show?
About 30 minutes or so. But
There's
his
still
people
time.
have confirmed with my people, i.e. me, that he will actually be on with us this morning. Yesterday he canceled with like 2 minutes to spare. So he'll be on with us. I think I'm going to do a Daily Dan poll. Because in reaction to my last segment where I was talking about how in the NDAA, Israel is sort of, I keep seeing the word embedded. So I'm going to get the perspective of Congressman Ogles on his thoughts on Section 219, where in the NDAA that he has voted for, it would move our military and Israel's military closer together by increasing the cooperation between our two governments and our military as well. And so, I mean, to the point where I guess we would actually have a point person that would work directly with Israel and making sure that everybody was on the same page. And there are a lot of folks that are saying that that is horrifying. we should not do that. Other people are saying, well, they are our ally. So I think this is going to be a very controversial topic. So let's do, if we can, Sam, let's do a Daily Dan poll on that. Do you agree, and figure out how do you want to word it, but do you agree with the NDAA that draws Israel's military and our military closer together? I'll ask for the perspective of Congressman Ogles. Coming up here at 7:35 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. We do have, of course, the latest on Iran. We have threats of more attacks from President Trump as well. The CENTCOM, the folks at CENTCOM now, they have released in the last few minutes video, and you've seen this video before. If you've seen one, you've seen them all, of our bombs, our military just decimating some of their assets in Iran. And so part of the news cycle this morning is that the U.S., we are moving assets and resources, more assets and resources into the Middle East to give President Trump a lot more military options, as Iran, of course, they're going to do what they're going to do, continue to resist coming to the table for good faith negotiations. So we've been bombing their drone facilities. We've been bombing their infrastructure as well. Senator Bill Hagerty told the Ruthless podcast that Joe Biden's attempt, remember what happened in the last administration when basically Joe Biden, he placated Iran. He allowed them to sell oil essentially on the open market and gave them access to a lot more money than they should have been getting under Donald Trump's sanctions. That in his first administration, Donald Trump placed a lot of sanctions on Iran and really decimated their economy. Joe Biden comes along and just essentially ignores those sanctions. And with that money, Iran was able to do what they did in Israel, of course, with the murder of 1,200 Israelis. And they started, of course, their terrorism across the world yet again. So Bill Hagerty was on the Ruthless podcast, and he talked a lot about Iran and what it is that the Trump administration is trying to do.
And what we found, of course, the Israelis demonstrated this. The Iranians never stopped their program. They've always been in pursuit of a nuclear weapon, and all we wound up doing, again in 2020 hindsight, was giving the funds to instigate more terrorism and put them back on the path with a little bit of a timeline to have a nuclear weapon. You come forward and you think about what drove the decision for President Trump at the time that he made the decision. It was mathematics. The Iranians figured out if they could continue to build more cheap ballistics, more cheap drones, at some point they could overwhelm conventional capabilities to take them out. And you know what our capability is, exquisite. But when, a ballistic missile comes in, we've got, extraordinary technology that can take it out.
Yeah, that's the THAAD missiles?
In the Patriot systems. We've got several systems that will do it, but they're quite expensive, and the timeline to reproduce them. You look at the pace that they're producing these cheap ballistics, and at some point you realize if they overwhelm our ability to stop them, then they have all the time they ever needed to build the nuclear program.
And the senator's obviously right. And, when you look at Iran, you look at, okay, so we are able to stop their missiles, and that is very expensive. But can we stop the drones? That has been a really big problem because, drones can fly high, they can fly low. And from what I understand, we just don't have the capability that we need to stop all of those drones. And that is where Iran is able to keep this war going. So now we apparently have additional forces in the region and jet fighters, bomber aircraft as well. So apparently now what Iran has been doing, and this is a big part of the news cycle today, is that Iran has been flying members of their Islamic Revolutionary Guard into Yemen. And basically what they're trying to do is they're trying to take away Saudi Arabia's ability to export oil by restricting the waters off of Saudi Arabia. So you know what that's going to do to global oil prices? It's going to be huge if we're not able to stop them. So the thinking is that Tehran is going to try to shut down the strait off of Saudi Arabia as well. Global shipping is going to be impacted, and people are saying that that is going to be a massive escalation. So, Saudi Arabia is going to have to figure out how they're going to deal with all of this. And this is not surprising because Iran has been talking about doing just this, taking over the waters and restricting the waters that Saudi Arabia uses to export their oil. You just heard Senator Haggerty talk about how Iran can overwhelm our systems with all of the drones that they have. And that's why the Strait of Hormuz is still so restricted. They can do the same thing to the waters off of Saudi Arabia as well. This is really going to impact oil coming out of that region. This is Steve Kerrigan in Fox News, from Fox News.
The Houthis have targeted and hit at least one tanker, perhaps two, that were carrying Saudi oil in the Red Sea. This basically broadens the war. It creates a second front and really puts the risk of chaos in the world oil market at a much higher level. It happened just a short time ago. The Houthis had threatened to target and blockade Saudi oil. Even that threat alone was enough to make several tankers turn around, make U-turns, head north out of a longer and more expensive route out of the Suez Canal. Now that they have struck and disabled at least one tanker, possibly two, that's really going to change things. Saudi Arabia had been trying to move millions of barrels of oil out of the Red Sea, trying to flee from the chaos in the Strait of Hormuz. Now that route, at least in the short term, may be closed. If you think about it, 10% of the world's oil threatened out of the Strait of Hormuz, another 7% possibly if this can hold up in the Red Sea. So certainly a big development there.
Yep, that is going to be huge. So now shipping and delivery times are going to be longer and more expensive. So now the question is, what is next? You know, part of me thinks that Saudi Arabia, and we were talking about this earlier, you know, Donald Trump should just tell Israel and Saudi Arabia, because I believe that Saudi Arabia, I think that they're itching for a fight. And so Saudi Arabia, I don't know if you know this, but they've actually got a very capable military. They spend a ton on their military. So I think President Trump, he may get to the point, and he's been talking about, and the entire administration has been talking about wanting assistance from the other Middle Eastern countries because they're impacted from the restrictions on the Strait of Hormuz, as we all are. And so now the question is, will Saudi Arabia decide to react or act militarily against Iran for trying to prevent them from being able to export their own oil? We have additional assets going into the area. So I think that Iran, they are trying to escalate things. It is clear Donald Trump, and I mentioned this when I signed on the air this morning at 5 a.m. I said, you know, Donald Trump gave a great speech last night where, you know, one of the things that he said is that Iran wants to make a deal so badly. They don't. Mr. President, please stop gaslighting us. I'm a big supporter of Donald Trump, but just stop it. We're not that dumb. You can say that Iran wants to make a deal. Clearly, though, Mr. President, they don't want to make a deal. Their actions show it, and their actions are far more powerful than your words. You need to stop. You need to bomb the living crap out of Iran. You also need to unleash Israel and Saudi Arabia. And so between Israel, Saudi Arabia, and America, we take them out and we force them into submission because they don't want to come to an agreement. They just don't. And I don't know if President Trump, when he says this ad nauseum, I don't know if he's trying to convince us or is he trying to convince himself? But if they wanted to come to an agreement, they wouldn't be trying to take over the waters off of Saudi Arabia. So please just stop. Because you're making it more difficult for your supporters to defend what you're doing. Drives me nuts when he does that over and over again. Now, what I like that the president said is that for every ship that Iran hits, we'll be hitting a power plant or a bridge. So yeah, this thing is escalating quickly. I've got some analysis from Keith Kellogg from Fox News coming up next because he agrees with me on a lot of this. And so I'm, of course, going to play his audio. That is coming up next. Time to check the roads on WTN. No unusual delays on 440, 840 running accident-free. I'm Christy O'Brien. Highs mid to upper 80s today. Not real humid. Sounds like an overall pleasant day. All right, so Fox News analyst Lieutenant General Keith Kellogg says it is time to end all this, basically by being aggressive.
Here is a concern I do have for Iran, though. You have played sports. I've played sports. We've watched sports. And you let a team hang around, a baseball team in the ninth inning or a football team in the fourth quarter, where you were clearly the better team. You should have closed them out in the first quarter, not the fourth, or the first inning, not the ninth inning. And the longer they stick around, the more dangerous they become. And that's kind of where we're at right now. And I think the president's going to close it out. He should close it out.
There you go. President needs to close it out. With the help of Israel and Saudi Arabia, if we need to. So to bring this whole thing full circle and what is going on with the battle in Iran. Iran is now targeting Saudi Arabia. They are our allies. And so now the question is, again, Saudi Arabia with their massive military, what are you going to do about this? They've got modern equipment. They've got advanced air defenses. They rank among the top 10 in military spending in the world. So if they want to help us out, they can, but really they need to defend themselves at this point. And I think that, again, Trump would, and I think he's probably getting close to allowing Israel to just unleash holy hell on the Iranians. I think Saudi Arabia wants to do that as well. And he may be getting close to that. Iran related. The U.S. and Saudi Arabia, we talked about this earlier, have signed a nuclear deal so that they can have a commercial. This is important because some people are texting the super text line and they don't get what's going on here. So what's going on is we have come into this agreement with Saudi Arabia so that they can have a commercial nuclear program in Saudi Arabia. So that's going to be in cooperation with American companies. So they're going to have nuclear power and so forth. And nuclear, these companies in America will be helping them come to this goal. And so we're going to be monitoring what they're doing. So if you're worried about, and I get it, if you're worried that Saudi Arabia, oh my gosh, you're going to end up with a nuclear bomb or whatever. Well, number one, they can always buy one if they so chose. That's number one. But number two, we're going to be watching them as they go down this road of commercial nuclear programs. And if they start to try to enrich uranium beyond the 3.5 to 5% that they need it enriched for commercial purposes, and they start going 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70, 80, up to that 90%, clearly we'll put a stop to it. But this is going to be a multi-billion-dollar partnership to help Saudi Arabia commercially, will not give them the ability to manufacture nuclear weapons. It is 7:20 on Super Talk 99.7. Joan has the news coming up at 7:30. Joan.
Yeah, we'll tell you why the feds raided Nashville Metro Water's building yesterday. It's coming up at 7:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
$7:20 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Joan, you'll love this. So you have Tim Burchett, who voted for the NDAA.
No, voted against it.
I'm sorry, Tim Burchett voted against it.
Yeah.
I'm trying to text and talk at the same time.
Don't do that.
Tim Burchett voted against it. Congressman voted against it. Andy Ogles voted for it. So I'm going to try to get, I have Ogles at 7:35. I'm going to see if I can get Tim Burchett on at 8:06.
That'd be perfect.
You think he'll come on?
I do.
Do you think?
I do.
All right, we'll see. Tim Burchett has always been great with us.
He's very good with his time, and he doesn't mind explaining why it is that he did one thing or another. And he's, I think he's clear-minded.
He just sent me that big old long text with all the bullet points as to why he voted against it. So It'd be great to have them both on.
Yeah.
It's like giving both sides. Imagine that. Anyway, 7:21, Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Dan Mandis here for my friends at the Covered Patio. Warmer weather means you want to spend more time outside. Now, if you want to add more living space to your home, think about building or upgrading your patio. They've got motorized screens so that you can easily keep the patio open when you want some sun and closed when you want some shade. So your back screened-in porch becomes a lot more enjoyable. They've got a ton of outdoor living options with motorized screens, patio covers, custom wooden decks, and outdoor structures as well. They've got a ton of options with styles for every budget. The Covered Patio is dedicated to fair prices and customized solutions for your specific home and your specific space. So enjoy your home a lot more with an incredible patio upgrade from the Covered Patio. Tell him Dan Mandis told you to reach out. That phone number is 615-695-2407, 615-695-2407. Online, thecoveredpatio.com, thecoveredpatio.com. All right, so Joan, I got to clear a couple of things up.
Yeah.
And I don't know what the heck is going on with this afternoon show on WTN, or what kind of absolute BS is being spewed by that Murphy Show guy. I'm getting all the... So clearly people... I'm joking. People are trying to bait me. Clearly, this is what happens. Matt says when I'm safely asleep and tucked away in my bed, he throws down some sort of a thing. And then in the morning time, people start hammering me on the super text line about something Matt said about me. So people are saying Matt Murphy said that I hate Mark Pody. Now, I love Mark Pody. He's my state senator, and I vote for him every single time. It just so happens that Matt and I had a conversation off the radio about Mark Pody's jingle.
About who? What?
His jingle.
Oh.
So I'm not a big fan of Mark Pody's jingle. I'm a big fan of Mark Pody. But I'm not a jingle guy. You know what I mean? I've never been a jingle guy.
Isn't it kind of funny for a politician to have a jingle in the first place?
I guess, yeah. But I don't know. I'm not a fan of his jingle. But that was a off-air conversation, number one. And number two, I always vote for Mark Pody. I like Mark Pody. So I'm all good with Mark Pody. And but yeah, I don't know much about jingles. Oh, look, Andy Ogles is on the phone. Okay, we got Andy Ogles coming up next. How's that for a segue?
Yeah, perfect.
And I'm trying to get, Trevor says, so basically, Dan, your fans are snitches. So I'm trying to get Tim Burchett on as well at 8:05. All right, got a lot more straight ahead. WTN.
Good morning, 7:30. I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. Parents of school kids in Sumner County want to know if a switch to a new online portal for school announcements led hackers to break into the school's computer system. This dad spoke to WSMB4.
Now, that's a little concerning because the fact of it is you have no idea what they got, because they could have got records from 30 years ago, or they could have got records from today, and nobody knows because nobody's saying anything.
Sumner County schools delayed the start of the school year by about a week because of the hacking incident. Now, cybersecurity experts tell Yahoo News that parents should assume that their kids' data was exposed, change their school passwords, and then watch for phishing texts, emails, and phone calls, especially those using AI, because they sound so real. A search warrant executed yesterday at the building that houses Metro Water Services in Nashville. News 2's Haley Wilgus tells us that a warrant was executed by the U.S. Attorney's Office related to a federal investigation.
The investigation centers on a current Metro employee who is on administrative leave. It's unclear why he's the target of a federal investigation. Metro is cooperating with the investigation. The mayor's office says the law department is not representing the employee.
And the mayor's office has not identified that employee, also saying the employee has been advised to retain his own counsel. A fraternity at Texas Christian University is launching a fundraising campaign to help support a member who's been deported to El Salvador.
A track star and valedictorian at his high school, Luis Andrade Garcia is an accounting and business information major at TCU. When he was arrested for disorderly conduct last month, a check of his immigration status found that he had come to the country illegally when he was 3, and the deportation process began. His fraternity, Lambda Theta Phi, is appealing for Garcia's return and has raised over $15,000 to go toward his legal expenses. Jim Ryan, ABC News in Dallas-Fort Worth.
That is the latest news. We've got traffic and weather next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News.
Thank you, Joan.
markpody.com.
Tennessee.
markpody.com.
Paid for by the campaign trail.
736, Super Talk 99.7, WTN. Want to welcome on into the program Congressman Andy Ogles. Congressman, always great to have you on from Washington, D.C. So first thing out of the box, I want to ask you about the NDAA that was passed out of the House last night. You voted for it. Tell me why you voted for it. I do have some specific questions.
Sure. I mean, we're going into the August recess, which, we could make a very strong argument that we shouldn't, that we should stay here and do, more reconciliation bills, get those over to the Senate. But at the end of the day, it's the National Defense Authorization Act. It's about securing our country and our military. And obviously I support our troops. So I was a yes vote.
One of the things that a lot of people are talking about is this section where people are saying that we are integrating our military with Israel. I'm reading it. I've been reading about this for a while now. And essentially, it looks like what it would do is we would be allowing Israel more access to our military, our weapons development. People are saying this is a merging or an embedding of our two military apparatus. And people are saying that, they don't like this. But give me your perspective on that. Maybe explain in more detail what exactly this will do.
Yes, I've had a ton of questions about this, but what it really does, it's about logistics and procurement. So we already have systems out there where you may have, the Navy test it, the Air Force puts in an order, and then you have the procurement agent is in another agency or office, and if the Navy's not doing all of the steps, they have to start over. They can't use some of the logistical or the testing information from wherever. And what this does is it puts an office in charge of all of that testing and the procurement and logistics, et cetera, and makes sure that we can get things more timely. And so we have these types of arrangements with other countries where we have joint systems. So we do a lot of research and development with Israel. Ultimately, those weapon systems are produced here in the United States, and we're buying systems that are made here in the United States. But it really is about speed of acquisition. At the end of the day, that's the reason for this.
So when you're hearing from people from the 5th and across Tennessee asking about this, are people more concerned about this aspect of the NDAA? And are people in Washington, D.C. worried about this as well? I think part of the dynamic of this question, not to go on and on about it, but is that there's a lot of people on our side of the aisle that have been a little frustrated, maybe a lot frustrated, with Israel as the war in Iran continues to drone on, if you will, and some people blame Israel for that. So I think the dynamic with Israel has been changing as it relates to support within the Republican Party.
No, 100%. I would never approve or vote for anything that is quote unquote merging our military with another country. I mean, that's the last thing we want. We are a free country. We are a free republic. At this point, we're really the only free republic in the world. But this literally, I've seen some of the weapon systems that we have developed with Israel. They're very sophisticated, and it literally is about if we're in a war with a country, say Iran, which we are, we can get those systems, those weapons faster, and we don't have, quite frankly, bureaucrats folding things up that are kind of part of the deep state. And but like I said, and we have these types of agreements with other countries as well, where we do joint ventures, where we're doing joint development. But it is a valid question, and obviously I actually posed that question to my team. We did the research to make sure there was no kind of hiccup in the giddy up. But at the end of the day, I was comfortable with with the vote because of what it actually does, which is, again, it's about logistics.
In the news today, by the way, Congressman Andy Ogles is joining us. Always appreciate. By the way, you were supposed to be on with me yesterday, and I promised the audience that I would ask you this question. So feel free to tell me to go blow smoke. But the question, you like 2 minutes to spare before the interview, and you got pulled in about something very important, and we were kind of joking about it off on the air, actually. I promised the folks listening that I would ask you specifically, what did leadership pull you away from my interview for? Was it like something really important?
So I was being briefed. So I'm on financial services and Homeland Security. I'm also chairman of cyber, and I was being briefed on a cyber attack that had just occurred that actually occurred here in the United States. But now, at the end of the day, it could have waited, but, when you're being pulled aside to be briefed on something, you don't know until after the fact whether or not it was that important. It clearly was important, but it could have waited 7 minutes.
Trust me, I'm on the bottom of the list as far as priorities go, and again, I appreciate you joining us. Speaking of which, by the way, is that cyber attack something you could talk about? Because my next question actually dovetails into China hacking into our ballots and so forth, our election apparatus, and stealing the election information of 220 million Americans. And so I was going to ask you about that anyway. So is that anything, that cyber attack, anything you can talk about?
Yeah, I mean, in general terms, I mean, so because I'm chairman of cyber, I get the Joint Chiefs of Staff briefing, the classified briefing that they get, that they then turn and give to the president. And it's China, China, China. We see this day in and day out. So when I'm down in down in the hole in the skiff in the classified room, and they hand me my binder, and they try to streamline it because there's just so much information. But 80-90% of the information in there on any given day is typically about China and them trying to hack us or successfully hacking us. I mean, I don't know if you remember, roughly 2 months or so ago, but the FBI was hacked. And they did it through a telecom. So they went upstream, they hacked the telecom, and then they came down and got into some of the FBI's files. But, one of the things that China is doing, and I actually hosted a conference yesterday with some leaders from Taiwan, is they pre-position software. So they're doing it here in the United States. We see them doing it in Europe and, of course, in Taiwan as well. But it's that kind of that 0-day moment where they start flipping switches, they start turning off electrical grids or water systems in preparation for a kinetic or military activity against Taiwan. And so one of the things that I've been working actively on is creating toolboxes that we can pass down to state and local governments. Because most local governments, I mean, Smyrna, I was just listening to the news, their school system was hacked. Most small governments or municipalities don't have that expertise to protect themselves from a sophisticated attack. And so they literally hack us every minute of every day, 24/7, 365.
And, from your place in Washington, D.C., how vulnerable are we, and are our elections safe at this point? Donald Trump is out there. He gave the speech a couple of days ago regarding our elections, and he's the one that is, shining a light on what China is doing. In your opinion, are our elections safe?
Depends on the state. I mean, if you're completely computerized and your data's on the cloud, it would be vulnerable to attack. If you have a hybrid or a paper system, which is what every state should move to, is paper ballots, then it's obviously more secure because you want a paper trail. You want to be able to audit it in a timely fashion so that you can confirm the results. And the more digital we get, I mean, I don't know if you were watching the news yesterday, but OpenAI, one of their AI agents, they were running a test. It's a sophisticated model, literally broke out. So it was sandboxed, meaning it was in a contained computer environment, and it found a way out, and then it hacked another company. And so these tools are becoming very complex and sophisticated. And so again, to me, it's what keeps me up at night is, this whole idea of Skynet being created. I think we're on the verge of creating something that we don't fully understand. And part of my job is to help create guardrails to keep the American people safe.
And the crazy thing is that was actually, Congressman, my 635 segment. So that is the freakiest thing, because it was out of the sandbox for like a week and they didn't even know. And then it went back to, I guess, where it was supposed to be, and they finally figured it out. But yeah, there's a lot of craziness going on with AI. But I want to ask you about the war in Iran coming up. It is 7:45. 15 seconds for traffic on WTN. Sunny, high of 88 today. Appreciate you listening to Super Talk 99.7. All right, so Congressman Andy Ogles joining us. Secretary of War Pete Hegseth, earlier this week, he was talking about how we've spent was something like $38 billion with the war in Iran. He is now asking for a lot more. And so I guess the question is just, a lot of people are questioning what's going on in Iran and if we're still on the right track. So how do you feel about the additional monies being asked for from Pete Hegseth and the Secretary of War? Do we need that money, and are we anywhere near an end?
So the last question, so I had meetings last night with the State Department, and that was part of my questions is, how do we bring this to a close? What does victory look like? And what's our exit strategy? And quite frankly, right now, they're trying to cripple the regime. Iran's the number one exporter of terror. As far as the dollars go, as a member of the House Freedom Caucus, we always want pay for it. So if you want to spend a dollar, where do we find that dollar that's already been allocated? So that's one of the things that we've been discussing with the White House. Now, we've kind of been told that, let's do Reconciliation 3 and then Reconciliation 4, we'll come back and we'll pay for all these dollars. That's not the answer we were looking for, but that's one of the things that we've been working on is try to figure out, okay, look, if we have to have this conflict, one, we need an exit strategy, but secondly, these dollars have to come from somewhere, and it's time for us to stop borrowing money, on the taxpayer credit.
Yeah, one of the scary things is the fact that we don't know how long this is going to go. And there is some polling out just here in the last 24 hours or so that the president is losing popularity. It's the economy, and the higher gas prices are not helping. And now, as I've been telling folks listening, Iran is now trying to impact Saudi Arabia by teaming with the Houthi rebels to try and impact Saudi Arabia from being able to export oil. So how concerned are you that the world's oil flow is going to be interrupted even more?
Well, so and Iran knows this. Iran knows that we have an election coming up. They know that the oil supply is the lifeblood of the global economy. So, they're terrorists, and they want to sabotage the oil supply and gas, et cetera, so that they can try to end the war, because they can't win on principle. They can't win they don't have the moral high ground, if you will, because quite literally they're terrorists. And so it's disruption and mayhem is their strategy. Now, I will say that this has gone on far longer than I would have imagined, and why we continue to pressure the White House to bring this to a close. But I'm like you, at the end of the day, this is going to, as we look to the midterms, people want to see the gas prices coming down. Yes, under Joe Biden, it had gotten up close to $5 a gallon, but that's ancient history now. How's it impacting me today that's the question. So, this is going to be a gasoline and ground beef type of election. People want to see affordability. They want to see the prices of things coming down, which means we need to, if we're going to continue this conflict with Iran, we need to get after it aggressively and then end it soon, whatever that looks like. To be clear, no troops on the ground.
Yeah. And you've been very clear about that for a long time, and I appreciate that sentiment. And yeah, that's kind of where I've been, is getting more aggressive and maybe allowing Israel and Saudi Arabia to maybe do what they, I believe, want to do. We need to just pulverize them into submission and not keep asking them to come to the table. they're not going to. And as you know, Congressman, we certainly cannot trust any negotiated agreement that they may agree to.
Well, I mean, again, look back historically. You know, Iran has broken every deal that they've ever been party to. They are a dishonest broker. They cannot be trusted. And the president, to his credit, like, you know, we went into Iran, whether you agree with that or not, we did. That was his call. But then he slowed down to quote unquote let diplomacy, and that was because of the pressures in Europe to let diplomacy, you know, give them the chance, if you will. But we knew how this was going to end. We knew that they were going to continue to attack and sabotage, et cetera. Like literally in the middle of negotiations, they're blowing things up. So, I mean, that's why I call them terrorists, because that's what they are. That's all they know. And, you know, they get up in the morning trying to figure out, how do we destroy something? And you can't reason with someone who that is their goal in life, is to destroy and upset the Western world, or destroy the Western world. So, you know, again, I'm close to the president. I've been very vocal about let's do this and get it done, whatever that looks like, whatever tools he has available, you know, looking at the intel that's out there. But, you know, Iran has been very resilient. You would have thought, you know, most nations by now would have, you know, waved the white flag, but they're a glutton for punishment, apparently.
Well, we need to give them more, apparently, of what they want then, and that is more punishment. Congressman, I've got like 60 seconds left. Is there anything we left on the table?
I will say with the AI, I mean, what's crazy about AI and the breach that you saw with OpenAI is that AI was sandboxed, meaning that it was supposed to be in a contained environment. And so one of the things I'm calling on these corporations to do is to have better communication with Congress, with my committee specifically, because they've clearly demonstrated they have a very powerful tool that could be weaponized against any government, against us. And they've not demonstrated that they can handle it. So if they don't get it under control, my fear is that Congress will step in, and then, you know, the phrase from Reagan is, you know, I'm from the government and I'm here to help. And so we need them to be more open and communicate with us of where they're at, what are their capabilities, what are the risks, because we know we're in this race with China when it comes to AI. So I will reassure the American people that we are the dominant predator across all landscapes, but we also have to forge ahead cautiously and strategically.
Andy Ogles, Congressman, thank you very much for joining us, and we'll talk again soon.
Absolutely.
All right, it is 7:53. Joan's got the news coming up at 8. Joan.
Yet coming up here, we'll tell you why a Rutherford County commissioner is in trouble with the law. It's coming up at 8 o'clock on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
You know, we always worry about our mortality, right? You know, every time we get an ache or a pain, we worry about what's really going on with our bodies. Well, don't wonder and worry. Take charge of your health and find out for sure with Kraft Body Scan. Now, they can tell you what's really going on inside, you know, things like cancer and heart disease. They can really creep up on you, and it's really sinister. So you need to be vigilant about knowing that you're okay and not just hoping you're okay, because you want to be around for your kids and your grandkids. Now, I've been telling you about my dad, who sadly didn't pay close enough attention, and he passed away from a massive heart attack 6 months before his first grandchild was born. That's why I feel so passionate about what they do at Kraft Body Scan. These scans can literally be lifesavers, and right now they're offering our listeners their couples heart and lung scan, valued at over $2,500 for just $99. To take advantage of it, go to togetherwescan.com, togetherwescan.com, promo code Dan50, call them 615-436-1000, and do not forget that great deal Kraft Body Scan offering our listeners their couples heart and lung scan, valued at $2,500 for just $99. Togetherwescan.com, promo code Dan50. 7:58, Super Talk 99.7 WTN. All right, hey, Joan.
What is it?
So how early is too early to call a Metro City Council member? Because I'm thinking about actually just picking up the phone and calling Courtney Johnston.
Like now?
Yeah.
I think 8 o'clock is fine.
Do you?
Yeah.
Because she puts out this post on Facebook, and it says, well, congratulations to everyone who has received a traffic citation in Davidson County. Judge Kimbrough Hayes is apparently choosing to have traffic citations dismissed because Metro Legal is no longer staffing the dockets, even though Metro Legal staffing is not required. At least 3 entire dockets have been dismissed so far. She says tickets issued by Metro Nashville Police Department Traffic Division, court date scheduled, case dismissed. Sounds like a great accountability system we've got going here, not to mention the waste of time, effort, and resources for Metro Nashville Police Department. So I'm trying to get her to come on and kind of explain, okay, so what exactly is happening? I mean, it sounds like just if you got a traffic citation in Davidson County, you don't have to pay it. I mean,
so what I want to know is, can I go out today and get a traffic citation? And
is that moving forward too? Because, maybe I can go speeding down Broadway or something.
Be nice. I mean, not nice, I guess, but you wouldn't have to worry.
Joan, we don't speed or break traffic laws because we are of a certain, moral caliber and character. That's why we don't speed.
Well, I'm not always aware of when I get close to the red zone on my speedometer.
Well, maybe I was just talking about me then, Joan.
Yeah, probably.
Because we talked yesterday about how, they certainly knew you in Maryland and New Jersey and now in Tennessee about the lead foot of one Joan Jones. He was, by the way, coming up with the news at 8 o'clock on WTN.
Good morning, 8 o'clock. I'm Joan Jones with your top stories and the forecast and traffic still to come after the news. A current Rutherford County commissioner has surrendered to police over a sign theft incident. Rommel McMurray is accused of stealing the campaign sign of his opponent, Pat Clements, who had placed an Apple AirTag inside of one of those signs. The AirTag finder on Clements' phone pointed to McMurray's garage. McMurray, however, denies that he stole the sign. News 2's Audrey Mayer spoke with McMurray.
Your opponent did, put a video on Facebook showing, the green arrow, of his AirTag pointing to your house. How do you explain that?
Everybody is trying to figure out how that's explained. And to be quite honest, the officer that came out did not witness an AirTag, did not hear an AirTag, because it says it. And we just don't know.
Yeah, in the interview, McMurray also said that he relocated that sign, and he also accused Clements of stealing his signs.
And so I was like, I guess he took mine up. I just picked his up, and I took it on down the street.
Yeah, under state law, campaign signs are legally considered personal property, meaning that removing, destroying, or altering them without authorization constitutes a criminal offense. The U.S. military has hit Iranian targets for a 12th straight night. Now, these attacks coming after President Trump threatened to strike Iranian bridges and power plants for every ship that Iran attacks in the Strait of Hormuz. The Iranians then responded, threatening to retaliate an eye for an eye. Well, that got a response from Secretary of State Marco Rubio.
I saw Arachi, their foreign minister, who the other day say or something about their policies, an eye for an eye. The president's policy is a head for an eye. I mean, honestly, that's what it's going to be. I mean, they will pay a very heavy price.
President Trump saying that the U.S. will hold Iran responsible for any attacks the Houthis carry out on its behalf. And what are they teaching our kids? A new survey from the American Council of Trustees and Alumni releasing a report. It concludes college students lack a rudimentary knowledge of the nation's history and civic structure. The survey of 3,000 college students in the spring found that only 39% of students know that senators serve 6-year terms and House members serve 2 years. Only 37% could identify that it's the legislative branch of government that has the power to declare war. And only half of the students know the 14th Amendment which granted citizenship to all persons born or naturalized in the United States. Now, the president of the council calling the results a damning indictment of higher education. Market Numbers brought to you by Beacon Capital Management, online at beaconcm.com. We're still down in the markets this morning, and it's getting worse. The Dow futures right now, minus 530. NASDAQ futures, minus 386. It's down 71 points on the S&P futures. That's the latest news, traffic, and weather next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News. .40 westbound in Glencliff. It's a crash on the right shoulder at Spence Lane. You've got a crash 65 south at Wedgwood Avenue in Belmont, and one more in East Nashville on Woodland Street and South 5th Street. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
.806 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Good morning to you, friends, and welcome on in to your Thursday, July 23rd. So, Joan, I was unsuccessful in getting Tim Burchett. I was unsuccessful with getting Courtney Johnston. So
1 out of 3 is not bad.
1 out of
Andy
3.
Ogles.
Well, I did get Andy Ogles, but yeah. So Tim Burchett, and you know what? I sent him a text, and he was kind enough to answer as to why he did not vote for the NDAA, and basically. Well, you know what? I can read it to you. Hopefully, you know what? I bet you Murphy Show will get him on later on today. But he, all right. So I go to my just peek behind the curtain. I go to my phone to look at the text from Tim Burchett, and I see a text from Amy, and it says he died today.
What?
Yeah, but it's
somebody else.
It's somebody else. It's somebody that she's been following on. I don't want to get sidetracked by that. Anyway, real quick. So maybe I'll talk about that later. But it's not a celebrity. It's a social media thing. A 15-year-old that had cancer, and he was trying to do everything he could to keep it at bay.
Yeah.
And it became a really big social media thing. And all right, I guess I'm going to go ahead and do the topic.
Think you are.
Will Roberts. Have you heard of Will Roberts? He's 15 years old. And so his battle with cancer drew widespread support from thousands of people. You know how these things, they sort of get a life of their own?
Yeah.
And Will Roberts was one of those kids. And
15 years old from Tuscaloosa County in Alabama.
Yeah. Yeah. And it looked like he was, doing better. And then unfortunately, with cancer, I mean, it just, it comes back. And sometimes it comes
stage 4
back.
bone cancer.
Yeah.
How sad. You 15. Ugh.
I know. It's awful. Anyway, but then I go to the Tim Burchett text, who I could not get on today. I texted him. He was in the middle of prayer breakfast.
Yeah.
This is why I don't like to text people so early in the morning. But I asked Tim Burchett, all right, Tim, Congressman, why did you vote against it? He says $1.5 trillion. It's not paid for. The top 3 air forces in the world are ours. We are spending more than our top 3 adversaries combined. He says our military, excluding the Marines, has not passed an audit in over 30 years. That's true.
Yes.
That is absolutely true. So, the thing is, I'm having a hard time disagreeing with what he says.
Mm-hmm.
That's the problem. I get why Andy Ogles voted for it and Scott Desjardins and the only congressman in the state of Tennessee that voted against it, who is a Republican, would be Tim Burchett. He says, how are the Chinese passing us? Which is a very good question. He says, we are $40 trillion in debt. Also, we are sharing our intelligence with others. That was what I kind of wanted to ask him about, because he did not, as far as I know. We played a video earlier of the congressman, and I was going to ask him about that. So, because I actually don't mind sharing our intelligence with allies, but I don't know if that has to do with the Israel connection in all of that. So, anyway, he told me to call his press person. I did, and it went to voicemail. So maybe we'll be able to get him on another time. Or I bet you Matt will get him on in the afternoon. So President Trump last night, he had a big old speech. Did you see this Fox News poll, Joan?
I did. Yeah.
I don't know if I buy this Fox News poll. Now, President Trump pays attention to polling. I look at polling, and I don't take polling with a grain of salt. I take polling with a boulder of salt. Voters say Democrats can handle income inequality, plus 22 points over Republicans, healthcare plus 21, inflation plus 10, the economy plus 9, and foreign policy plus 7 over Republicans. So basically, now this is a Fox News poll. And Fox News poll is saying that Republicans just are not getting it done, according to their polling, when it comes to, again, income inequality, healthcare, inflation, the economy, foreign policy. Republicans, they say, hold the advantage on crime, plus 7, while government spending, Democrats plus 3, and national security, Republicans up 2. And more evenly divided on immigration, the GOP had an 8-point edge in April. Now Democrats are preferred by 1 point. Does anybody believe this? I'm reading this and I'm thinking, okay, so Americans are still in support of mass deportation. Americans are still for that. Americans want a strong border. Americans still probably want the wall built, right? Americans are sick and tired of illegal immigration. Do you really believe the Democrats are preferred by 1 point on illegal immigration? You want to take a step back and say, I just don't know if I buy the polling. And I don't know the metrics. I don't know how they ask the questions. I don't know any of that. But I just don't believe that I buy it, especially when it comes to all of the really negative publicity that the Democrats have been getting over the past couple of days when it comes to them becoming literally communists. And how quickly, if this is true, how quickly the American people forget what was going on under the Biden administration when it came to inflation and gas prices and foreign policy. But I get it. You know, Americans have, and I've spoken to Matthew Hurd about this a million times, you know, Americans have a very short memory when it comes to things like this, depending on what is happening in the news, like literally right now. And what is in the news right now is the war that we are now engaged in. And I don't care how you classify the war. We're trying to finish the war. Donald Trump started the war. I don't care how you classify it. The bottom line is the only thing that people are looking at right now heading into the midterm elections, I believe, is the cost of things. And if you believe this polling, I don't believe the polling. I don't see how the communists on the other side of the aisle could be up 9 on the economy, knowing what we went through under Joe Biden and what we're going through right now. And listen, I'm not happy with where things are right now, but there's work to be done within the Trump administration. But Democrats up 9? I don't buy that. And so I feel like I want to just throw this whole polling done by Fox News. I just want to throw the whole thing in the trash. But you know who's paying attention to this? I guarantee you, Donald Trump. He had a lot to say last night. I've got some audio from his speech coming up on Super Talk 99.7. Time to check the roads. As far as weather goes, weather going to be mid to upper 80s for your highs and not nearly as humid. Appreciate you listening to Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. So when I talk about the negative publicity or the negative coverage, if you will, that is the media focusing on people like Hassan Piker, people like Zoran Mamdani, and all of these other crazed leftists. But I hate to say it, I think that the American people are so disgusted, and I'm just telling you, I think the American people are so frustrated with this war, and I think that they're frustrated with the way things are going, and I think that they're frustrated with some of the things that Donald Trump has been saying about the war, like Iran is begging for a deal, but we're not going to give them one yet. I think people are looking at that as just hyperbole and nonsense, to be perfectly honest, when it comes to what the president is saying about the war. But they're also looking at these communists, and I think at the end of the day, people are just tired of politics, generally speaking. You know what's crazy, though? Joan, do you know which side is more excited and more inspired to go vote, Republicans or Democrats? Which side do you think?
I think it's Democrats. I saw this survey.
We could have just played along.
Yeah. Oh, I'm sorry. It's probably the Republicans, Dan.
No, Joan. Funny you should say that.
Yeah.
It's actually the Democrats. And I think part of that is because the Democrats are. I think the Democrats feel, thanks to polling like this, I think the Democrats feel like there's blood in the water.
Yeah.
I think that's what it is. This is Donald Trump last night.
Right, there's nothing like it. The radical left is actively trying to destroy our children's future with the disaster known as communism. It's communism. This isn't a social democrat. These are communists by another name, right? As I said in my recent address at Mount Rushmore recently, I don't know if anybody saw it, such a beautiful place. You know, the communists want to take it down. They try taking Mount Rushmore down. They want to blow it up. They want to take it down. They shouldn't be up there. These people are crazy.
Well, clearly they are. And everybody, we cover this on a daily basis these days. More Democrats, 68% say they are extremely motivated to vote in November. Republicans, 57% by an 11-point margin. I don't know. Maybe it's just because I'm like a political, animal. I love politics. I'm extremely motivated to vote. I am. How about you, Joni? Are you motivated to vote in November?
Absolutely.
I mean, there have been some times where it's like,
I think motivation is going to be ramped up when they do the what are they doing? A convention, the midterm
the
convention.
midterm convention that Trump is doing.
Yeah, I think that's going to create some momentum and some excitement for Republicans to get out there and vote.
Yeah. No, I think that you're right. Oh, and by the way, earlier somebody calling me out on what I said about how I never speed because I'm a man of certain morality and character and all that nonsense.
Yeah, nonsense.
Guy says, "Well, Dan, I seem to recall you telling us yesterday, as a matter of fact, that you got pulled over 3 times over the past few years for speeding, but you never got a ticket." So there you go. Yeah, I don't know. You want to do a daily Dan poll real quick, Sam, on whether or not I want to do a poll asking people right now if they believe this polling. That's what I want to ask people. Do they believe this polling? Jason says, "I'm American people. I'm tired of some of this nonsense that's coming out of this administration right now." Yeah. No, listen, I get it. I'm feeling that way. That's the thing. I'm feeling that way too. I completely understand. I'm still motivated to vote. I'm motivated to vote in the midterms, and I'm definitely motivated to vote in 2028, depending on who is running for the Republicans. But I think that there's a lot of people. 9208 says, "I'm going to vote anti-establishment." He also says, "I just don't care anymore about politics." 7381 says, "Marcia motivated me to vote for John Rose." Yes. Keith says, "You must have had that talk show host privilege to get out of those tickets." Is there a talk show host privilege that I'm not aware of?
Yeah.
Did they recognize you?
No, they didn't. Why does everybody keep asking me that? No, they didn't recognize me.
We had to make sure, had to check your privilege, Dan.
Oh, my goodness gracious.
Your straight white privilege, we had to check it.
Do you know what my talk show host privilege is, Joan? People telling me every single day that I suck. That is my talk show host privilege. Every day on the super text line, for
as many people that say that you suck, there are at least 2 others that say, "I love you, Dan."
At least 2 others.
At least 1.5 others that say, "Dan, you're the best." What'd Sam just say?
Nothing. He said nothing. Sam, sometimes, seriously. 2669 says, "Stop grifting with the damn Dan polls." What does that actually mean? That's just dumb. I know y'all might get a few cents per impressions, but you are taking this way too far. I don't think so at all.
We make no money on social media.
No.
None.
No, we should, but we don't. What are people saying about the poll?
So far, 100%. Well, I phrased it fun. I said, "Respond to this poll. Do you trust the polling coming out about Republicans versus Democrats?" 100% so far say no.
There you go. All right, you know what I'm going to do with this polling, Joan? You ready?
Circular file it.
That was a great rip.
Wasn't it, though?
I'm going to save that.
That was like Nancy Pelosi
At least
style.
you know what? I Pelosi'd the poll. That's exactly what I did. All that to say, though, that there are some genuine concerns with the Trump administration and the handling of this war. I am right there with folks. However, I'm not going to sit here and say, "Oh, yeah, the Democrats are doing so much better." Pound sand. 822. Joan's got the news coming up at 8:30. Joan.
Yeah, the state has just revoked a local nurse's license after he admitted to doing this. I'll tell you what it is at 8:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
$822, Dan Mandis here. One of your biggest priorities in life is to protect your family. And if the power goes out in your neighborhood, you need to get it back on quick. Now, you need the Generator Supercenter. Now, you've seen the horror stories of power being out for days or weeks at a time. The Generator Supercenter provides backup home standby generators at a terrific price and outstanding customer service. Now, they feature turnkey installation, certified plumbers and electricians, and service after the install, and a whole lot more. So the power goes out in your neighborhood, you've got a backup power generator, so your power is going to go right back on. at the Generator Supercenter. They also have their generators made right here in America. 615-879-1952. 615-879-1952. By the way, don't forget to check out their website, GeneratorSupercenterofNashville.com. That's GeneratorSupercenterofNashville.com, and see how you can save $500. 823 on Nashville's Morning News. If you've got a 2, 3, or 4% mortgage rate, don't refinance it. You don't have to, but you can still get cash out of your home, courtesy of my friends at Loan Pronto. Introducing Loan Pronto's zero-cost equity loan. That's right. With Loan Pronto, you can get all the cash you need without touching your first mortgage and without any fees as well. Now, one local homeowner just got $100,000, paid off all of their credit cards, paid off their existing HELOC, remodeled their kitchen, and saved over $1,500 every single month. And it does get better. There's no hard credit pull up front, usually no appraisals, no long drawn out process, and no closing costs. That's huge. So Loan Pronto is the way you want to go. You may even be able to skip your next 2 house payments. Call Loan Pronto right now. Leave your low-rate mortgage intact, but get the cash you need in as little as 2 weeks without paying closing costs. LoanPronto.com is the website, loanpronto.com, and see how much you can get right now. 615-499-5780, 615-499-5780, loanpronto.com for qualified homeowners, equal housing lender, NMLS 166-1781, NMLSconsumeraccess.org. 8:28, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Is Chris here today? I know he's taking a day off. So he's here today? Oh, is he taking off tomorrow?
Yeah, I think it's tomorrow he's taking off.
Okay, so he is in the building? Because we know that Chris Hand has a propensity of being late.
He's not in this, like, usually I can see him at this point.
But he's not here yet.
I don't see him.
Okay.
He could be here and I just don't know it.
He's on quadruple secret probation.
Yeah, I don't think it's secret.
We love Chris. By the way, August 6th, Thursday. Is that Thursday, right? It's election day. All right, Sam says yes. So August 6th, Hop Springs, we're going to have an event. So be there or be square. And so I'm going to be there. Chad's going to be there. Matt's going to be there. Chris is going to be there. Joan has not yet made a commitment.
I'm not.
Are you committing to not being there, or is it still up in the air?
I just haven't made a commitment.
Okay. But you have not committed to not being there.
I have not made a commitment.
So in other words, you might be there.
I've not made a commitment.
You just haven't. God, you're worse than a politician. So, Joan, yes or no? Will you be there? Inquiring minds want to know.
I don't know.
Okay.
I don't know.
Okay. Well, maybe Joan Jones will be there if enough people say, Joan, please will you come to the event on August 6th at Hop Springs? Because, Murphy Show and Mandis and that Benson guy and Chris, they're not enough.
Yeah.
If you just had that cherry on top, which would be Joan Jones, then they would actually go.
Yeah.
So, anyway, details at 997WTN.com. If you want to show up, we love doing these events. We'll watch the returns come in, and looking forward to meeting and seeing everyone there. It is 8:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Good morning. It's 8:30. I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. We've got your forecast coming up in just a moment. By a narrow vote of 216 to 214, the House adopted a sweeping budget resolution for a $95 billion package to provide funding for defense and intelligence, farm aid, and components of Trump's elections overhaul, the Save America Act.
The blueprint allows for up to $73 billion to cover the military conflict with Iran, as the Pentagon warns it's running out of money to conduct operations there. The resolution also includes a long-shot bid to pass components of the Save America Act, alongside $12 billion in disaster aid for farmers. Speaker Mike Johnson celebrated the legislation.
It's a very consequential week for the American people, and we've delivered once again.
Majority Leader John Thune, however, has indicated he doesn't plan to hold a vote on the resolution anytime soon, signaling he might use it to avert a government shutdown in September if Democrats don't agree to fund the government. Peter Haralambous, ABC News.
7 Republican House members voted against it, including Tennessee's Tim Burchett and Kentucky's Thomas Massie. 6 Democrats crossed the aisle to join the GOP in passing that measure. A Williamson County nurse has had his nursing license revoked after getting busted for sexting his patients in 2025. One of the patients obtained a temporary order of protection. Johnny Maffey at Fox 17 has the story.
Rex Edwards Sparks took care of 3 patients, then sent, quote, lewd and sexually explicit text to them and offered controlled substances to one patient in exchange for nude photos.
Now, the Tennessean reports Sparks admitted to a state health department investigator that he would send those messages after heavy drinking. Market numbers brought to you by Beacon Capital Management, online at beaconcm.com. Now, Brent crude oil has just crossed $100 a barrel mark after a report that said the Houthis attacked 2 Saudi oil tankers. Now, that report is also tanking stocks today. The Dow Jones Industrials beginning here 583 points lower. The NASDAQ has fallen 448 at the start here, and the S&P 500 index begins the day 76 points lower. That's the latest news. Traffic and weather next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News.
We always worry about our mortality, right? Every time we get an ache or a pain, we worry about what's really going on with our bodies. Well, don't wonder and worry. Take charge of your health and find out for sure with Kraft Body Scan. Now, they can tell you what's really going on inside, things like cancer and heart disease. They can really creep up on you, and it's really sinister. So you need to be vigilant about knowing that you're okay and not just hoping you're okay, because you want to be around for your kids and your grandkids. Now, I've been telling you about my dad, who sadly didn't pay close enough attention, and he passed away from a massive heart attack 6 months months before his first grandchild was born. That's why I feel so passionate about what they do at Kraft Body Scan. These scans can literally be lifesavers, and right now they're offering our listeners their couples heart and lung scan, valued at over $2,500 for just $99. To take advantage of it, go to togetherwescan.com, togetherwescan.com, promo code Dan50. Call them 615-436-1000. And do not forget that great deal Kraft Body Scan offering our listeners their couples heart and lung scan, valued at $2,500 for just $99. Togetherwescan.com, promo code Dan50.
We've got an accident this morning in Brentwood. It's on 65 northbound lanes at Concord Road, and the Gore is blocked off by it. East Nashville at Woodland Street and South 5th Street. That's a crash involving injuries. And on 24 westbound in Royal Hill, watch for a crash at Bell Road. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
$8:35, Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Chris is supposed to be here. Joan, you and he were conversing back and forth. Where is he? See, this is what happens when I'm actually on time.
We're watching a video together.
Well, could you get his butt in here? What is with everybody today? Am I the only one that wants to work? Come on, man.
Oh.
By the way, that is a terrible version of No More Tears by Ozzy Osbourne.
It's just the isolated bass.
Well, whatever. Anyway, yeah, so here comes Chris. I have to, occasionally I have to berate the staff around here.
I thought we had more time.
I'm on time for a change. Chris?
I almost asked Sam to play another commercial so I could finish watching the video.
Because that's what we need, Joan, on this morning show.
More commercials.
We need more commercials.
Yeah.
And Joan has lost the audience.
Exactly right. Yeah, well, that's all right. Chris, how are you?
I'm good, man. How are you?
I am good. So is all week Band Hat Week for you?
Yes.
Okay.
It's Band Hat Life.
Band Hat Life?
It chose me. I didn't choose it.
You know, I actually like that. How many band? Because Chris is wearing a Cleveland Indians hat.
It's very problematic.
With
Chief Wahoo.
Chief Wahoo is what it was. All right, and
I actually think that the new logo is a lot more controversial for the Guardians.
What is it?
It's like a G, but it looks like it's falling from the sky, and everybody on the internet's like, it's a fallen angel. It's satanic. That's what people have said.
Because it's a G falling from the sky?
Yeah.
Guardians, and I've got to look this up. This is so dumb. Guardians logo. I'll show the.
I got it up.
That is a stupid logo, actually.
Yeah.
Are you showing it on Super Talk TV?
Yeah.
All right. That's a dumb logo.
It looks like a second grader could have put that together. Honestly.
You know what's so funny is you can make you know how to tell the Guardians, the people that own the Guardians, first of all, stupid for changing the name of the Indians to the Guardians, how to completely destroy your team's legacy in one bad decision. But you could make a better logo with AI.
Yes.
Do you know what I mean?
Yep.
Like, have you noticed that, like, we're doing our own little thumbnails here at WTN.
Little thumbnails. People love the little thumbnails. By the way, we've kind of jumped the shark on the AI.
What do you mean?
Did you see what happened for our big event that's coming up on the August 6th primary?
No.
You didn't see this yet?
No.
Okay, open up the 99.7 WTN Facebook page because there's a big post.
I don't know if I can.
Oh, you can do it.
No. I mean,
I know you're old, but you can figure this out.
Oh my God. Okay.
What? It's just
Facebook isn't signed in over here. I'll go to my phone.
www.facebook.com.
Okay.
You're gonna have to hop on the World Wide Web.
Okay.
You're gonna need to surf
Oh my
it for a
God!
minute.
Shut up. This is what I have to go through, Jones.
What's the website for Google?
It's on the station website.
Oh, is it on the station website?
Yeah, I've got it. I've got it up in the
All
window.
right, so
I did it for you. Don't strain yourself. It's up.
99 is it 99.7 WTN?
You haven't seen this yet? I can't
No,
wait. I can't wait that we get to react to this in real time.
Oh.
So they did an AI graphic of all of us, and the first thing my wife noticed was, Chris, you don't even drink, and the AI put an alcoholic drink in your hand. And I laughed about that, but I said, you didn't even notice, what is that, Don Mondis?
Oh, no.
No, that's Don Lamondis.
Don Lamondis instead of Dan Mandis.
Did they? Well, first of all, they made me look. I mean, they made me look overweight. Like I look fat in that photo.
But it doesn't even look like you. Zoom in.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, it didn't look like me at all.
Looks like the actor from who
Wait a
played the
minute.
parents
Okay.
in Even Stevens.
Okay. They put glasses on me.
That's on your. They used the shot from the marquee.
I have not worn glasses in like it's been almost 2 years, I think now. Come on, guys.
I was thinking about this the other day too, and I wasn't going to bring it up, but now that we're on air, I feel like I should. You got to update that Twitter profile pic too.
Oh, yeah, I agree.
Thanks, Joe.
You know, Dan, if you check your email, I think there's a great photo you could upload as a profile picture some places.
So, anyway, are people complaining about the photo, the AI photo?
The only complaint that I saw was from Matt Murphy.
What did he say?
He said, "Who the hell is sitting to the left of me?"
Yeah, I see about the Twitter profile photo. I see what you're saying there.
It's time.
Yeah,
You look a lot cooler than you used to.
Do I?
You do.
Do I look a lot cooler?
You do.
Do you know what somebody said to me yesterday?
It almost looks like they gave you a little bit of hair, too.
Yeah, they're on the sides.
That's weird.
Yeah, we've jumped the shark on the whole AI thing. You know what the dumb thing is? We've taken a lot of photos of all the staff together.
And then we said, screw them.
It's like, I mean, at every event, we take photos together.
We do.
Whether we want to or not. And
They decided that AI would give a better portrait of you.
Is that what it is? So
Yeah.
they put an extra 15 pounds on me and had me wear glasses and
Give you hair.
Gave me. I don't need any hair. I like to be bald, and better yet, I like to wear hats.
You haven't gone full Costanza in a while.
No, sometimes I get lazy. Like I don't like to use the old skull shaver, and I do go full Costanza, but I've got the hat on, so nobody can see. That's what I do.
I like it.
Yeah. But I don't know. Yeah, who did? I don't want to call anybody out. Rich, who did this?
I think it was Rich.
Rich, all right. You know, the good thing is Rich doesn't listen to this show or station, so
we don't have to worry. He's listening to the sports.
He's listening to the sports station.
He's a big sports ball guy.
You know what? I bet you they've got actual photos of their hosts over there on the sports station.
Oh, it's so funny.
So was Murphy making fun of it yesterday?
Yeah. Well, he posted on Facebook. Yeah, he was just, who the hell is sitting to the left of me?
Is that you? Are you sitting to the left of him?
No,
or is it?
you are sitting.
You are sitting.
Am I
to the
sitting
left.
next? All right. Okay, so the problem I'm facing is that the thing keeps going back and forth, so I can't actually. It's not static on my computer screen.
See, I think
you right click on it when it pops up and hit open image and new tab, and it'll freeze it in a window for you.
Yeah.
I think this was a little reverse psychology.
Yeah, what's
being
that?
honest. I think that they wanted to make sure that we talked about the Tennessee primary election party happening at Hop Springs on August 6th, and they knew that the only way to really do it was to troll us a bit.
Is that what that is?
I think so, because
smart.
We have a massive party happening on August 6th live at Hop Springs. Murphy's going to be out there starting at 3:00.
Yep.
And then myself, Don Lamondis, and Chad Benson are going to be there at, what are we getting there, like 5-ish?
Yeah, Matt's going to start broadcasting at 3, and then I will probably show up at about, I don't know, I usually get there about 4:30 because I like to talk to people, Chris. I like to say, hey.
Is that a jab? Are you trying to jab? I'd like to talk to people too.
Do you?
I do.
You paused.
I do. It's Joan that has the issue.
Yeah, she never shows up.
It's not. I don't have an issue.
Yeah, clearly you do, because Chris and I have committed to being to this thing. Sam is committed to not being there, and you have not made a commitment either way.
At least Sam's not being lukewarm with it.
It's exactly right.
Oh, yeah. That spit me out of your mouth. Okay. Here's the deal.
Here we go. You ready?
I'm not going.
All right,
I'm not
cool.
going to be there.
Perfect.
It's a school night, kids. And,
Ticket sales have plummeted.
Nah, they have not. They're coming to see you guys.
It's free.
Come on.
There's actually no ticket sales. It's totally free.
It's free. That's
you know
nice.
the other problem with AI is? Like, we got to really watch it, because the other day I noticed that the name of the show is clearly Nashville's Morning News.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't know what's going on. I don't know who's at fault here. Sam.
It's Sam.
It keeps changing Nashville's Morning News to Nashville Morning News, which just sounds dumb.
Yeah.
It does.
So it's like, I love that we're doing AI stuff, except I worked really hard to lose a lot of weight, and for them to put 15 pounds back on me.
At least it doesn't look like you at all.
You know, I'm less offended by the glasses and, you know, the little bit of hair on my head.
Okay, but I think like I think you're having a problem because you haven't really zoomed in on you. Like, look, let me zoom in.
All right.
I'm gonna turn
Show
up
Grandpa how to zoom in.
Brightness. That doesn't look like you at all.
Oh my goodness, that does not look like me.
Who is that?
I don't know, but see, okay, here's what's funny is I'm looking at it and it's like, that dude's ugly, like I'm some like I'm some good looker. You know what I mean? So anyway, but the great thing is that you can see all of us in our non-AI generated form on August 6th. And we're really looking forward to that.
Mm-hmm.
So there you go.
Okay, so Matt Murphy commented, "Where's Dan and who is that dude to my left?" But then, like, the next comment down after somebody said Monty Fritz for governor was, of course, is Chad bringing his girlfriend Afton Bain? People are savage. I love it.
Yeah.
Chad would laugh at that too.
0200. Joan's not going, so I'm not either. Thanks, Joan.
Come on.
Jason says the camera adds 25 pounds. I thought that was chocolate cake.
If you can't deal with us without Joan, you don't deserve us with Joan.
It's exactly right.
That's right.
That is exactly right. Did you hear me talking about that Fox News poll? So Fox News comes out with a poll. You know what, Joan? I ripped it up.
Is that the one you ripped up?
So I don't have it in front. I literally ripped it up.
I think you can remember.
Fox News comes out with this poll. And it basically was like, okay, so the American people trust Democrats literally with almost everything, including the economy, over the Republicans and Donald Trump by a great margin. Now, we did a poll, and what are people saying? Is it still 100% to zero that nobody is trusting that poll? Sam? Focus.
Yeah.
What? We gonna be okay, Sam?
Yeah.
You're doing
You got
great.
like 14 minutes, dude. So come on, let's get through this. What's the poll? Like, what are people
Respond to
saying
this
about
poll.
the poll?
Do you trust the polling coming out about Republicans versus Democrats? 96% say no.
96% say no.
Okay, so let me give you some tidbits from that poll. Voters say that Democrats can better handle income inequality by 22 points, healthcare by 21 points, inflation by 10 points, the economy by 9 points, foreign policy by 7 points.
Yeah, come on, man.
Honestly.
But now, first of all,
inflation by 10 points. We were at 9% inflation under Biden.
well, here's the thing. Well, first of all, I was a little confused by the whole income inequality thing.
Yeah.
Like, I don't even know the whole point of income inequality. I don't know how they actually define it, but the whole spirit behind that phrase is that people don't deserve what they earn. Everybody should be basically earning the same, regardless as to what you've put into your job and your career and all that kind of stuff, which I think is silly, obviously. So I don't even know how that made it into a Fox News poll.
It doesn't make any sense.
Right? It doesn't make any sense. So I think the whole thing is just silly. And
it's very silly.
It is silly. So you're not buying it either. But where do you stand on polls? Because, that whole, remember we talked about yesterday, the whole dust up between Brian and Matt.
One of my favorite WTN memories of all time.
Yeah.
Like that trumped the Trump victory that night. I went to bed smiling about that.
About the near dust up, the verbal dust up between.
Well,
I wish we.
I love it. I love that kind of stuff. I love the tension. I love the get the heated moments. And and both those guys are friends, so it's even better.
Pardon me. A couple of times I went back and watched that on the video just because it was so funny, awkwardly.
So
funny.
If you ever go back and watch that video, Dan gets increasingly nervous as it happens.
As it's going on.
And my smile gets increasingly bigger the entire time.
Yep. Oh, by the way, do you know what your Indian name is?
Yes.
What's that?
I'm not allowed to say it on the air, Dan.
Jason says, Chris dances on poles. So I just think that's your Indian name, dances on poles.
I like it.
I'm just kidding.
I have another poll that I saw.
Go ahead.
You ready for this?
Sure.
This is from the University of New Hampshire, and it's a poll on the 2028 Democratic presidential primary.
Okay.
AOC is leading the way with 22%.
Is that crazy or what?
But no.
Okay, hold on.
Okay, so the AOC thing is crazy, but it gets crazier as you go down the list.
Yes.
Okay, go ahead. But the fact that she's only leading by 22%, so not exactly a ringing endorsement from the Democrats. Go ahead.
Okay, this is where it gets wild. And it's like, okay, New Hampshire Democrats might be a different breed. Pete Buttigieg, who's done nothing except rail against racist bridges and buy babies.
Right.
21%.
Okay.
Newsom, 8%. Sanders, 6%.
As in Bernie?
Yeah. Harris, 5%. So Buttigieg is dunking on the three of them combined.
That's insanity. Who did that poll?
University of New Hampshire.
Okay. Well, is there anything to it?
I don't know.
AOC being the top dog, if you will. I'm not calling her a B.
The boss?
No.
Oh.
We'd call it a dog, a female dog.
I don't know. What is it?
Rhymes with which?
You're going to have to be more specific.
Joan, I know what you're trying to do.
What am I trying to do?
You know the people.
I'm just trying to get some clarity here, Dan.
Anyway, so
you're just gonna
no,
move
I'm not
on?
going to say the B word. I'm not going to say the B word on the air for
Boss?
you. No.
Beautiful.
Itch with a B.
I'm not following.
Anyway, so 3560. I got a poll for you, Dan. Okay, good.
Whoa.
8014 says, I like stripper poles.
My.
My. So we had a bit of controversy on the radio broadcast today.
Was it when you called out Andy Ogles for being too busy for you?
No. Did I do that?
Yeah, he seemed. He seemed a little salty about that.
Come on, man. Well, 2 minutes before I'm supposed to start the interview, and I get a frantic text from his people. But that was fine. We recovered nicely. It was actually a great segment yesterday when
I loved how he said, "Yeah, it didn't really matter. The briefing actually didn't matter at all.
It could have waited 17 minutes. Not a problem whatsoever." It's like, okay. Anyway, no. Apparently, Murphy Show is out there telling people that I didn't like Mark Pody.
Yeah, I thought that was common. I thought that was common knowledge.
You people.
I thought everybody knew that.
No, I love Mark Pody.
On my show yesterday, I used the word disdain.
I believe his jingle is a little questionable.
I said that when you were describing Mark Pody, you said itch with a B.
No, I did not. You just stop it. I like Mark Pody. I voted for him. But no, but it's funny. It was an off-air conversation that Matt and I had because he and I feel like with Matt and I, it was actually our first fight where I was like, I disagreed with him on the poll. He's walking around on the jingle. He's walking around the Contours event, rocking out to the Mark Pody jingle. Do you have that Mark Pody jingle? Are you able to pull that up somehow, Sam? Sam is literally not paying. I don't know what.
I got to scroll for it.
Oh,
I like the Mark Pody jingle.
You like it too? You know what? I may be wrong on this because I have an aversion to jingles.
Okay.
Generally speaking.
What do you think is worse, the Mark Pody jingle or not bad for a farm boy? Or thanks, Marcia? Like, which one is worse? Do you think the jingle is worse than the other two?
Do you know what? The problem is I've heard thanks, Marcia, like 75,000 times.
Thanks, Marcia.
So, yeah, but you're... All right, pull it up.
Join with me and help
Tennessee.
MarkPody.com.
Tennessee.
Do you know what?
Is it weird for a politician to have a jingle in the first place?
No, we've aired some jingles on this station that are horrifying. But this is not. It's not horrifying. It's not horrifying.
I like it.
You like it, okay, Joan?
I'm not annoyed by it.
I think it needs an EDM club mix.
Oh,
see, it needs like a Metallica mix.
It does.
You know what we need to do? We need to get and I love Mark Pody.
Do you think he's running different mixes on different stations? Like, do you think
on the urban station,
do you think he has
like
a hip hop station with some scratching?
And it's like a rock station. They've got like screeching guitars.
Yeah.
But then why do we get the Barry Manilow version?
Maybe
is that what he thinks of WTN?
Join with me and help Tennessee.
MarkPody.com. It's an earbug.
Okay. You know what? That might be an earbug. Because now that Sam's playing it in my headphones and I'm listening to it, in the
it's
full
a jam.
Yeah, it's kind of a jam. I'm so easily manipulated.
It's true.
You're gonna have me like voting for Monty Fritz in no time.
I don't think it's not going to be me. It's going to be Monty that makes you vote for Monty.
I'm still not decided, and I don't think anybody cares about my vote.
I think that both of those are lies.
I think are you calling me a liar when you say
times two?
Times
two.
You're saying
times two. I think you're lying.
So
I think you are decided, and I also think that a lot of people do care about who you would vote for.
All right. So
and I know that you're like, I don't want to be that guy. I'm not going to endorse anybody.
First of all, I don't sound like that. Number two,
nobody cares about Dan Mandis.
Oh, Joan.
That wasn't
I'm
live. It was
sorry.
pre-recorded.
No, I know. Okay. Our friend Lindsay.
Yeah.
Her boy toy Paul met me near my house yesterday.
Oh.
And gave me a sign to give to you, and dadgummit, I left it in the car. But it's a wooden sign, and you know what it says?
What does it say?
I would love a piece of that wood. No, oddly enough, it does not say that. It says RAR. RAWR. It does. It's in my car. I get here so early and I forget things.
This is how you pivot away and change subjects because everybody wants to know who you're voting for. You know that I'm telling the truth. You know which way you're going.
I don't. I had a long talk with Amy yesterday about this on my back patio. And I don't know yet. I will know.
Does Amy know who she's voting for?
No. We both. You can look at me side-eye all you want, but
it's the undecided couple.
You know,
press X for doubt.
You know, I bet you the guy they've replaced me with on the website is voting for Monty Fritz.
He would.
Well, he's got some sense.
Can I just tell you, though, that the extreme pressure that I feel from my coworkers and the vast listening audience of WTN, it is very difficult because the peer pressure is like when I was in school and people wanted me to smoke the devil's lettuce.
Yeah.
I didn't give in then, and I'm not going to give in now.
What the heck?
Press X for doubt.
Whatever. Anyway, all right, very good. Let's see here. Dan flexing his wealth there? Back patio? Oh, stop it, Josh.
What, because you have a back patio?
Having a back... My house is literally falling down. Do you know how much I've had to spend in the past couple of months to fix my... we got to stop.
No. Yesterday, you were telling us that you were going to choose to be grateful because you avoided the house fire, and now today you're back to...
I looked at
itching with a B. Is that what we're doing?
I looked at my bank account this morning. I got to go. 8:57. Dan Matt is here for the Wellness Institute of Nashville. If you've been suffering from chronic back pain, neck pain, or knee pain, they can help you like they've helped so many others across Middle Tennessee. Whether it's non-surgical, spinal decompression, or the brand new Medical Bay One, they've always got the latest and greatest technology to help you get off the sidelines and back in the game. Now, they did it for me years ago. They can do it for you today. This Medical Bay One, right now, they've got a great deal going on. You mention my name, you get $33 off of each visit. It is the Epic Spinal Special. What is Medical Bay One? It uses red light technology and stem cell stimulation for tissue regeneration and healing. Find them online, painisbad.com, 615-246-5009, painisbad.com.